See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I want to recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in my veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
Looking for that rush. I'm so tired, so fed up of you messing with
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know you'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know you'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Bună ziua! Iată-ne.
So, good morning. So, I would like to welcome you to the second day of the National Conference on the Fruit Business in the Republic of Moldova. I hope that everybody managed to get connected as well as be at the screen. So today we'll have a full day with a lot of presentations, sharing of ideas, innovations. I would like to urge you and to encourage you to participate actively in the discussion. And I would like also to make an announcement, namely the last presentation of yesterday highlighted a couple of important issues related to the content of the residuals in all the fruits that are exported to various markets, in particular to the traditional markets and to the target markets. So thereby it's very important to have a very clear approach to this matter. So during this national conference, we are addressing various issues, likewise how we would be able to ensure the integrated control of fruit growing, fruit bearing crops. I would like to invite Mr. Scutaru, who is the director of BASF company in the Republic of Moldova, and also Mr. Scutaru would provide a message, would speak about the fact how we would be able to protect and what kind of solutions are suggested by BASF. And this is a REC 3+4 project. Also, I would like to mention that the Moldova Fruit Association is very grateful to the partners of this conference that have enabled us to organize the conference. And I would like to mention the investment agency as well as the main sponsors, BASF, Levada Moldovi company, as well as the Bayer company, and also Advice and Consulting, Adama company, Corteva, and the key sponsor being the Phytomax, as well as our media company, which is the agrobusiness company, and the news portal, ensuring the...
Fluxapiroxad face parte din grupa fungicidelor SDHI, inhibitori ai succinat dehidrogenazei. Substanța activă blochează producerea de energie a agentului patogen, mai specific, întrerupe funcționarea normală a enzimei succinat dehidrogenază, întrerupând lanțul respirației mitocondriale. Ca urmare, agentul patogen este distrus. Pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă aflată în interiorul celulei agentului patogen, substanța activă trebuie să treacă de toate barierele membranare. Unele dintre ele sunt foarte puțin permeabile la moleculele liposolubile, altele blochează moleculele hidrosolubile. Așadar, aflată în spatele numeroaselor bariere lipofile și hidrofile, enzima țintă este dificil de atins. Dar substanța activă inovatoare, fluxapiroxad, reușește să acționeze rapid și eficient într-un mod unic. Molecula de fluxapiroxad poate lua diferite conformații, lipofile sau hidrofile, fiind astfel mobilă în ambele medii. Se adaptează foarte repede și trece de toate barierele membranare pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă, succinat dehidrogenază. Moleculele se fixează puternic pe stratul ceros al frunzei datorită proprietăților lipofile, iar apoi încep să se unească. Rezultă formarea unor cristale care aderă ferm la stratul ceros. Roa sau precipitațiile mobilizează o parte din substanța activă din depozitele create și activează redistribuirea intensă pe suprafața frunzei, asigurând protecția continuă a plantei pentru o perioadă lungă de timp.
BASF. We create chemistry.
So good day, dear colleagues, dear farmers, agricultural producers. Thank you very much for inviting us to this conference. In particular, I would like to thank Moldova Fruit for organizing this conference. And also I would like to thank everybody who is connected to this conference via the internet. So the BASF company is usually providing a lot of information and interesting issues. And for the next year, so we are proposing an unique strategy which is used in Europe on a larger scale. But we start like in form of a joke, like for the second time in the Republic of Moldova. And in 2015, 2016, we came to Moldova for the first time, and we tried to provide integrated biological control for the perennial crops. And today I would like to propose some of the new products, and we are available to deliver this kind of products next year. As well as we would like to suggest a biological product, which is REC 3+4, which is a DC-oriented product, in particular for the orchards in the Republic of can be used for the orchards as a biotechnological treatment. So I will start my presentation for the next year. So we have envisaged all of our fungicides that you know, and they are now on the screen, like Cercades Pulse, Cercades, Bellis, Malachit, Dilan, Strobi, Tercel, Polyram, and Cumulus. So this is the list of fungicides. Also out of the insecticides that are being proposed on the market, so we still use the same, only the product Fast Tac, which is a pyrethroid product, and maybe everybody knows about this type of insecticides. And also we have the Regalis Plus, kind of a regulator, and also today we would present REC 3+4. Unfortunately, so based on the agreement signed with the European Commission, so we are not selling the Bomolte product. So that was a synthetic product, and all the goods and all the products that are on the market include the fungicides as well as the disorients product. So the protection scheme in the Republic of Moldova, you can see how it looks like, and we have different products. So we have very good and high quality products that are offered for your attention. Polyram Bilam, so you know our protection system. So we have a new product, Reviona, Rakit Bellis, Cercades Plus. So this is a protection scheme, a control scheme that we would like to suggest for the next year. It's a general scheme. Also, judging by or depending on the next year climate conditions, we'll try to help the farmers of Moldova to have better yield and a good output, as well as to have a very qualitative yield in harvest. Couple of practical recommendations, and this is an important issue for our discussion. So this is the product REC 3+4, and so you know that we have already registered it 4 or 5 years ago, and now we are introducing this product once again. So this is a bio product, and all the advantages, all the benefits that you would see a bit later will be introduced in the presentation, would be shown. So first of all, so what are the pheromones? So pheromones represent a specific sexual hormone, also representing some chemical groups and molecules that are very important in the process of communication between the species, between the insects. So what is the path? So what is the main issue to be mentioned, and how we can control and how we can use that particular product, and how we'd be able to ensure the pest control? So these are some diffusers with pheromones that are put on the trees, on the fruit-growing trees, and this cloud of pheromones created on top of, like clouding on top of your orchard. And also we can see that mascules cannot find the female, and there's no fecundation, and they would have some of the sterile eggs, and larvae would not be created, and then the damage would not be caused. So this is a certain pest control, and which is called or titled sexual disorientation. So what are the recommendations for application that we suggest? So first of all, we would present only some general conditions, but then next year, so we are ready to come on the field with the farmers and the growers, those who would like to use this particular product, and we'll provide all the necessary advice and recommendation on the application and how to use. But I would like to provide some very important technological information. First of all, the product REC 3+4 is possible to be used in the orchards which has more than 1 hectare of surface area. Also, I would like to say that the use of the REC 3+4 without insecticide is possible to be applied, to be used, but it's very important that the minimum damage level should be less than 1%, so that's a kind of a ceiling. Unlike the previous year, so this level was higher than 1%, and in that situation we have to use the insecticides in addition to REC. So why? Because this protection or the control against the pests, so this biological type of control is in line, corresponds to the EU regulation. So this is the first advantage. And the second advantage is that this is a product that can be introduced gradually, step by step. So the conversion period is 3 years. So in the first year of use, you apply 50 plus 50, which means you are doing the pest control together with the synthetic insecticides, which is 50%, and then plus 50% is the REC 3+4. In the second year, if you have the minimum level of damage lower than 1%, then we can already use only REC 3+4. So that would be already 70–80%, and then plus 20% of insecticides. And then we would reduce year by year. And in third year, so we can use only the REC 3+4 in order to have a good pest control using the biological method to ensure this kind of maggots and pest control. So the term for application of these diffusers include the following. So first of all, the period when you put this kind of diffusers. So recommendation would be to put this kind of diffusers 1 week before the beginning of the fly. So in particular from the first generation of moths. So that means that this product has to be applied up until the 10th or 15th of April. So this is the recommendation that they have to be put on the trays, above the trays. And also you have to take into account some of the phytosanitary recommendations. And the application deadline per hectare would be 2 hours per hectare for one person that can ensure this application. So pheromonal diffuser suspension. So the norm for the Republic of Moldova would be 500/700 diffusers per hectare, including the borderline of the parcels or of the field. And one dispenser can have a coverage of 20 square meters. Also, how these pheromones can be applied or fixed, it can be done only in the northern part of the tree, of the fruit, in such a way that the sunshine and the rays of the sun would not have a direct reflection on the diffusers, because otherwise they will be used and consumed and the validity would be reduced. Then the dispenser should not be at direct sunlight. And also you have to take into consideration that the distribution shall be uniformly provided per 1 hectare. The height at which they have to be installed. For example, if it is not higher than 2 meters, then they have to be placed on the middle of the tree. Whereas for the orchards that are more than 2 meters high of the canopy, so they have to be like in a chess. So it has to have the highest and the lowest point. So that shall be calculated. Also, for additional information, you can contact us at any time, and we would give you a recommendation depending on the orchard, the location, and would give you all the advice necessary. Another comment. So it's very important to do the monitoring and to observe the situation. And for that, you have to make a trap, so pheromones at each 5 hectares in the area. Once in a week or 3–4 days, you have to look on these traps with pheromones in order to see how many maggots were kept in that particular trap. Should you have the pests that are beyond that particular limit of damage causing, and when you check on these traps, so you might apply some of the insecticide depending on the damage that are brought into that trap that is installed on top of the tree. And also you might notice that REC 3+4 is efficient, and for that purpose you have to have another additional trap outside of the product coverage in order to see the efficiency of that particular product. Also, you have to ensure an ongoing, constant control shall be provided. What does that mean? That means that you have to permanently monitor the orchard. I believe that you already do this constantly, because the orchard is your investment, and it would be advisable, the advice would be for you every time to monitor the situation. You have to collect about 50/250 fruits for each of the variety and to see what is the result, what is happening. And if you have more than 5/10 moths in in the same trap, then the numerical density of the maggot is high. That means that you have to add and to apply additionally an insecticide. If you don't have anything in the trap, that's a very good indicator proving the efficiency of the product. So the female fly is also possible, so thereby it's very important to have this constant control over the situation. Another very important advantage of that particular product is the following. First of all, it doesn't have any impact on the entomofauna. So if we try to compare it with Peritroid and some other products that have been lifted and removed from the list of products registered for the Republic of Moldova, and you can see the scheme used by our colleagues and peers from Europe, and you can see that entomofauna is higher when you apply RAC 3+4 compared to unlike the synthetic products being applied. Also, in order to have a uniform coverage, it's very important to look how these diffusers are installed. One dispenser shall be placed at each 2 meters, so that's the distance between the rows. Also, another advice is that it has to be applied, as in the previous scheme, the border of the orchard of the hectare land. So you have to put the diffuser on each of the tree. And then, furthermore, they have to be in a chess format. For instance, if the tree is lower than 2 meters, then it has to be placed in the middle of a corner. And if it's so it depends on the canopy. So the same situation for the rest of the orchard. You have to calculate in such a way that one dispenser be placed uniformly and 500 dispensers should be calculated for 1 hectare of land, orchard land. Neighboring areas. Also, that's another question that you might raise, and also we would like to give you the following answer. The recommendation would be for the neighboring areas that are not placed where you don't have any dispensers or for RAC 3+4 should be covered at a height of 30 meters or more than 30 meters. Why it is important to preserve? Because the female moth in a fly cannot cover more than 30 meters distance. So thereby the advice, the same for the male moth, it has to be put in the neighboring orchards in such a way that the female would come to your orchard that is already protected and controlled using the RAC 3+4 dispenser. So thereby you have to ensure that particular protection. The cloud creation, you can see the scheme how the cloud is formed and what is the purpose, what are the advantages for sexual disorientation application in the permaculture and orchard growing. First of all, we ensure the safe control of the maggot, of the apple maggot, as well as on the cover, as well as the expectation period can be put both in April as well as in June, in such a way that you don't have any fruit residuals. And the expectation period is 0 because then you would be able to reduce the insecticides. Protection of environment is another very important result, as well as conservation of the useful entomofauna, as well as it's absolutely harmless for the human beings, and the final product also can be treated or regarded as ecologically pure biological products. So this is the graph. So we would like to show you that the pests that can be controlled by that RAC 3+4. So the first one is the maggot. So the apple maggot, and you can see so the maggots, how they're being created. In the other capsule, you can see some other dispensers that have 2 capsules, and you have 2 pheromones of different category. And the second one is the maggot for the apple peel. So in that situation, you're able to control these pests as well. So this is a very specific product, as I have already mentioned, which can be used for fruit control against pests. But, for example, on the right side, you can see the larva, as well as the fly of the apple maggot, and on the left side, you can see the larva and the pest of the maggot. So the product RAC 3+4 has an action of about 50/60 for the oriental maggot, and more than 60% of efficiency on the second type of maggot. Also, together with my colleague Stefan Moric, so we wanted to show you how this oriental moth compared with the apple maggot. On the right side, you can see the damage that is produced by the apple maggot, which gets into the seminal chamber, whereas the second one comes to the chamber and does not affect the camera of the apple and the seed. So that's the difference that you can notice depending on the pest that you have to control. And judging by your experience, I believe that you can make already a comparison looking at the trap, and you can apply the product that would have an efficient pest control result. Also, that's another pest that appeared, and this is the Pamena radiella, and the attack can be seen on the left side on the apple, and how the damage looks, or the pest looks like it's on the right side. So again, this is our protection scheme. And also a couple of recommendations on how the fungicides can be applied. So you know that on the Moldovan market, so we're using the fungicide Circadis Plus for the second year in a row. And this is a product which includes LSDHI. And you saw the film a bit earlier. I would not explain the chemical composition of this fungicide, but I would like to tell you that together with our colleagues, we try to expand the coverage similar to EU market in such a way. Given the fact that you're exporting so much, a lot of fruit to the EU market, apples and pears, thereby we try to cooperate with our colleagues, with the European traders, and we registered the product in the Republic of Moldova, the Circadis Plus. So in addition to pea and apple, for which the product is registered, we have also expanded the sphere of application for tomato, for eggplants, and the period of expectation is the same as in EU, and you can see the scheme. The second one is the Circadis fungicide. And again, we've tried to expand the use for the next year, so we have the apple. For apple, so this is for the peach. It's 150 grams. Also, we have the vineyard as well as with the potatoes for all the farmers and for those who are potato growers. So you can also use that particular fungicide. Dilan is an old product that everybody knows about. And next year it would come back to the Moldovan market. It would be used for different products. I would not give you a lot of information. What I would like to say that managed to actually include the plums, in addition to vineyard, grape, and apple, as well as for the apricot. Because in addition to apple and apricot, so we have included some additional fruit for the product expectation period. So the next one is the Signum product, which includes the chemicals that you already know about, Boscalid and Pyroclostrobin. So that's a product very efficient for Moldova. And you know that what are the recommendations in black in the first two rows. You have the you can see the registration for plum and peach, and this year so we have included some additional fruit, which is the apricot, sour cherry, sweet cherry, walnut, and the cabbage and the carrot. So now they have a new option to include some additional fruit and products, which is registered for different pests, for different diseases, and you can see the total amount of days until the yield is, until the harvest is collected. The next one is Cantus. Used to be a product registered in Moldova only for the vineyards for grapes. Also, given some new ideas, we've managed to register the product as well as expanded the use to cover the sour cherry, the sweet cherry, peach, and the pear. And the period is 7 days. For Moldova, it's 7 days, whereas for European Union, the expectation for sour cherry, sweet cherry, for peach, and is 2-3 days. So that means that the treatment, the number of days should be 2-3 days. Another product is Cumulus. So this is used in the first period, during the first stages. It's pure sulfurous. And also we expanded the use, and now it includes plum, watermelon, and for the plum, so we have already registered the total kilos that can be used. So based on the consultations with our specialists from the Republic of Moldova, particularly from the fruit growing for permaculture, so it is registered against the Korean, and you know how it is, what is the effect, what is the functioning. So that's on my side. Should you have any questions, so please you can address the questions now or maybe later. You know my contact number, my telephone number, as well as you know the context of Mr. Stefan, our colleague, more rich, who is also in. So his contact numbers are on the perennial crops. We are looking forward to seeing you in our office, and also we can come to your fields and provide some additional consultation. Thank you once again. Wish you a very good day and good health.
Agriculture. It sustains us all and drives what we do. Growing food for tomorrow, and growing tomorrow itself. Hand in hand, enriching lives, never settling. Ever. We're growing progress by making every crop, field, farm stronger. We're growing progress by being the most innovative, most inclusive, most open agriculture company in the world. And our new role will bring more innovators to the table. Employees, producers, consumers, the best of the best. We'll work together, not just to meet standards, but to set them. We are Corteva Agriscience, and this is the company we're creating. We're one company. We're leading the way. We're growing progress. Introducing Corteva Agriscience.
Mulțumim, domnul Ivan Scutaru. Într-adevăr,
Thank you very much, Mr. Scutaru, Ivan. So we have to be guided by the recommendations of the specialists, because in the discussion with the Belgian colleagues, they told us that the last treatment they apply in the month of June, and then they can produce apples without any residuals and better controlled. I would like to introduce Mr. Peter Helsinger, who is a researcher from a research company from Germany. And also last year, so we visited his production in Germany, and also he would speak about the fact what are the varieties produced in Germany, as well as some recommendations for Moldovan growers.
nice to see you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. We would like to offer you the room to present here the stone fruits production in Germany and your recommendation even for Moldova. Please
Yes.
take the room.
Can you see my screen? I'm not sure.
Not yet. You have to
Not
share
yet?
screen.
So I see that the host has deactivated the screen. That's my information.
Yeah. Below the picture you see the shared screen. Try again.
So I'm ready, but I don't see the screen. Is it okay or not?
We are
don't know.
not seeing your presentation yet.
Bildschirm freigeben.
Yeah, below the shared screen, bottom.
Yes, I can give the screen free, but when I try it, I get the information that the host prohibits this to give the screen free. That's my problem, actually. Can I do anything?
One second, they will fix it. Yeah, what is the situation in Germany right now? How was the season of plums?
So, the season of plums was more or less very satisfied for the growers. We have a small frost situation in springtime. And after that, the fruit set was not too much, but it was enough. And we have a good situation in the market. The quality was quite good. We had sometimes at any locations, at any sites, problems with heat this summer because of the high temperature and the dry conditions. But we had good conditions in springtime, so we had a good fruit development, and the fruit size was also very good, and most of critical fields are irrigated. So we expected, we had a good quality and good price situation in this year. So with a lower quantity but a better income, most of the plum growers are satisfied.
Yeah, and after this season, you are predicting that next year will be more production if everything is going well?
I think with plums in the most of the trees, we have also a good situation in the autumn and the beginning of winter time, because we have enough of sunshine and light, and that's important for the insert of the buds, of the flower buds. And so I think we have not too much alternance problems because we have no overcropping in the last season.
Okay.
And so we expect also a good situation for next year.
Yeah, please try again with technical issues were proper fixed.
Now.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
This one. Now you can see the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet? Why not?
We see, it's going well. Go ahead, please.
So now?
Yeah, we are seeing very good your presentation.
Fine. So then we can start.
Yeah, please.
So for this morning, I brought together anything what the most important things in stone fruit production. So that's an overview about the situation, not so most in the details, but more in the overview. What is the situation? What we spoke about plums at the beginning. So also in other kinds of stone fruit production in Germany. I brought together at first a description of my institution, and then I will introduce you the biggest challenges in production and in the market. At the third point, I will show you what's the role of my institution in the situation between the production and the market. And at last, I will show you any things about trends and perspectives in production and market trends. So at first, I want to say that my institution is a part of the ministry, and it's a ministry of the federal state of Rheinland-Pfalz, that's the name, and I will show you the part in Germany. It's in the western part, close to Frankfurt. I think most of them knows this city. And This is especially in fruit production for stone fruit, because most of the areas are dry with precipitation around about 400, 500 millimeters per year, not too high. And so in the tradition, it was too dry for apples, and so it develops in stone fruit, most in plums, but also in sweet cherries, sour cherries, and a little bit in apricots and peaches also. So my institution is especially for the landscape. So at first for consolidation of the land, because of our history, we have a lot of little fields, and it was in the last decades that this situation could be better and better, that the fields became bigger parts, and it's easier and more economic to manage these bigger fields for the growers. The next group of tasks is the official service for agri, viti, and horticultures. The service is at most free for the growers. They have only to pay for abonnement of a newsletter and so on, but not general for the official service. This official service includes the research and experimentations in the different kind of horticulture, agriculture, viticulture, and we have different experimental fields and special field workers who does the work, and researchers also who have to make the examination. For the task, we have the school for professional trainees, such that the first step when they leave the primary school and start with the professional job. At first, they have the trainees, and the school for this trainee, they are the half of the time in the farm and the other half are at school, and that's what we do, or part of our colleagues do it. And the next step is the school for the higher profession, when the first step of profession or trainee is finished. They collected a little bit praxis experience, and after 2-3 years, they can continue in the next step, in the next level of school, to have the school for masters. That's mostly for 2 years, 2.5 years, to bring together and have the title Master of Horticulture, Master of Agriculture, Master of Viticulture, and so on. And the next point, sorry. Next point is advisory service that includes a lot of things. I will speak a little bit later more in the details. So advisory service is for all growers general available, such in newsletters, per phone, per internet, per conferences like this, and different things what all over the year is to do in advisory service. I couldn't hear anything. Is it right, or what's the problem?
You don't hear anything?
You have to go to your presentation.
Sorry, have you an interruption, or is all things
no.
okay?
It's okay. You go ahead.
It's okay. But that's only problem of my screen, I think.
Yeah. This presentation looks well. It's fifth slide. It's
so. So now. I can continue. So
you see your screen? Now is the
Yes. Now, sorry, there was a little bit interruption in the connection. So I will continue with a second point, with the biggest challenges in the production and the market. So at first, we have to speak about the plant protection, because it's one of the most important points in the German production. We have, at the one hand, problems with the demands of the market because of residues. The consumers are very susceptible because of their healthness. They think about their healthness is affected or could be affected, and so we speak a lot in the political talk about residues in nutrition, in food, and so residues is a big problem in the production and the market. We have in this kind a small board of active substances, and so the availability is quite every year smaller and smaller, and now we have a problem that any indications such in Heteroptera or Drosophila Suzuki or bugs or plum moths, we have not really a good strategy to control, to check them. And this problem could be stronger for the next future. And on the other hand, you can see what the demands of the distributors are, that they accept only a minimum number on active substances on the food, and also a part of the residues, what is possible, and this point, 70% is 70% of the legal level of residues. And I think a part of you who exported fruits to Germany or to other parts of Europe knows they have the same problem. It's not special for Germany, but I think it's for the future European market to observe what's the development in this kind. It's important for the production and market. Next point is the availability of workers, of work. On one side, the other side is that we have a minimum level wage. It starts in the 2015, and in different steps, the minimum level becomes higher and higher. And so the costs will be higher and higher. And when we remember that from the production costs, the most part is for works, for labor costs, and it's more or less 2/3 of the costs are for labor, and that means that we have higher production costs for the next future. And the farmers looks for better organization of the work, of the labor, and think about more economic organization, or with perhaps with mechanizing the work, or with a better fruit tree shape to have more economic in this point. Another thing is of the challenges in production and market is to look what goes on with the cost. I explained one part of the costs was caused by the labor costs, but the other is also the normal price increasing in products such as fertilizers, for irrigation, for trees and plant protection and so on. So the costs go higher and higher, but the price for the products are more or less the same. We have also a little bit differences from one to the next year, but more or less it stagnates and have not the same increasing as the costs. That's a problem also for the future to manage this discrepancy. Other thing is the extreme weather events. I told you at the beginning that we had also heat damages in the summertime. We see this picture on plums. We could see, and also the hot temperature in July and beginning of August makes a mistake in the buds for the fruits in the next year. So the susceptibility for the double fruits in the next year is also origined in high temperatures the year before. Or other pictures are caused by frost in flower or on the fruit when they have damage on the fruit, and we can see it for the whole year. Hail is also a problem, not so strong in stone fruit, but we have seen also a frost. It was on beginning of May, so the fruits are very, very small, but the hail was strong enough to damage the fruits for the whole season. And also the droughtness and heat damage in the fruit flesh of plum, you can see. It's not general for all years, but every year is a special year, and we expect that we have to count with these damages for every year and think about what can we do against this susceptibility. Next slide, we can see anything about any further things. That means that the requirements of the market is continue, the last point. That means that demand for quality, for stability of the fruits, so they expect a higher level, most in the fruit firmness. We have a problem with our traditional cultivars that they can fill these demands, and we look for new varieties with a higher firmness and more stability. And we also have new ways of distribution. It's not only the big market, we have also an open market. It's a small market, but it's open for a part of our production. So it was named a regional market. We have a directly way from the production to the consumer. That's a new way with special demands. That means a high quality and a better price, but also more costs for production in this higher quality level. So then we want to show you anything about our role, the role of my colleagues and me in the institution DLR Rheinpfalz, mostly in experimentation and research point, and also in the advisory service. So experimental concluded a lot of different things. So in the fields to look for what I said about a more economical tree shape, to press the low labor costs. That means we need a smaller tree shape, and we have a lot of trials to get a new situation in the next years in this kind. And also for a lot, one of the most points is plant protection, and a lot of my colleagues tests new substances about their activeness, their effectiveness, and they have also, with these results, they go to the government, and we can also influence the rulement with these results. And that's an important point, that we can do anything for better availability of special products and active substances for the future. And the evaluation of new varieties are also a special point, that we have not only the information from the breeders or the owner of the licenses. We try to have an official evaluation and can have a comparison with standard varieties and can test the varieties and have a look if they're really better than the older varieties or traditional varieties. It interests to follow them or let it be and can continue with the old traditional varieties. That's the point in variety evaluation. And with this results from the experimentation, we can go in the advisory service. That's not only in teaching the growers or to go to the farms, to contact the farms by phone, by visits, and so on. We have also contact with market institutions and speak about them. What's the possibilities? What is the possibility in food quality? What can we do to get better market, better chance in the market for the future? So we are between market and production, and that's important because when production and market speaks together, mostly they have a confrontation very often, and so it's easier to connect them when they have a third partner, and this partner is that's me without our results from the experimentation. And we have also any offers in the advisory service, monitorings in plant protection, or here, for an example, for ripening dates in plums, that we can expect the ripening dates around about 30 days after flowering. We can say very exactly the date of ripening for special varieties. That's combined with meteorological stations in the area, and we have in the federal state in Rheinland-Pfalz more than 100 meteorological stations, and we can count the ripening date for each station separate. Okay, so that's an example of this one. And the last point is to look about any trends and perspectives in stone fruit production. And one of them, it's explained because of the weather conditions, and we expect also, and we see a changing in the climate and the weather conditions. And so we try to do anything against. One is protection systems, such netting or foliar covering against hail, against insects, and so on. And that's important for the future, and not for all fields, but I think for a part of 30%, I think that could be interest, that we have a sure, safe production and delivery on the market. And the market should be count of the production, and the other side, the other hand, is the same. And also for frost protection, it becomes more and more interest, also because of the changed weather conditions. The development starts earlier in the year. We can see that the blooming time is earlier than 20 or 30 years ago. And in the same time, the frost risk is the same as in the history. So we have frost situation, or we have the frost risk till mid of May. And so the risk period is longer than the earlier time. So we need more things against frost. The traditional is the frost irrigation, and we have also a newer irrigation method with lower water level, and use also in stone fruit heating for the fields. it's all in good function, but when we have really a strong frost, we have not really a good system to avoid and to protect our trees and our fruits. Other point is to minimize, to minimize residues, what we have speak about. That means that we have cultivars, they are not so susceptible. Cultivars that are able with a lower spraying. And we need also a strategy, perhaps in combination with covering, that we have not too much residues on the fruits. That's a problem actual, and I think we have not a better situation in the future. It could be stronger. And other thing is this one, that we have the natural development, that we have less farmers in the next future. And only the few farmers for the future have more fields available, and so the farmers or the farms or the production companies will be bigger and bigger. So actually the normal land of a farm in our area is around about 20-30 hectares. Only in the eastern part of Germany we have other situation around about 200-500 hectares. But for the most of the other part of Germany, 20-30 hectares is the normal thing, and now the farms want to be grow in the next 10 years, and they expect that they expand around about till hectares of number 50 or 60 for the next future. So that means a little bit changing in the organization of the farms. They need more professional workers, and not only the family workers, they need also professional workers. And the farmers have to change more and more to a producer, to a manager of a farm, and not only to be a grower. And what I have spoken about, the costs, that's one important point, and most of our growers think about what can they do to press the costs with another tree shape, to use more mechanizing for thinning, for example, for pruning, and also for the harvest. And we look for tree shapes which is really a slender tree shape, so that we have an effectful labor organization with these trees. So other point is to look for specializing. When we see that we have different kinds of location, and we see that we have locations where we have every year problems with pseudomonas or with cracked fruits or so on. So we can decide which location is the best for sweet cherries, for peaches, for apricots, and so on. And it's more important to look for this point, to have a good location for production, so that press the costs and gives more economical effect for the farmers. Next point is higher level of specializing, to make more intensive or to have a low cost production. We have also a market for this way, to make low-cost production for processing fruit. This low level is enough. With I want not say a low level of quality. It's the level is okay. It's enough for the processing, but the processing needs not more. So there needs also not more costs in this product. It's important to decide very early to go this way or the other way. for fresh consumption with a high level, with higher costs. And we expect also then a higher price to cover this higher costs also. In the past, in the history, mostly the fruits are produced and on the market they decided goes then the way to processing or goes then the way to a high quality. But this point is too late and it's too expensive. Now the farmers, the growers decide earlier and they go the way one side with a production for low cost or other side for high quality. And when we look for other market niches with a short way, regional products talk about, and the most of our distributors in Western Europe have a special program for regional products, and they speak directly with the producers or with a group of producers, and the fruits comes directly from the farms to the distributor. So short way. It's not for the whole production, but it's more or less around about 10-20% is possible to use in this market niche. And other thing what we can observe on the production is that we got more and more exclusive royalties for the varieties and special ways of distribution. Sometimes that the distributor buy a royalty and to give or let it produce by the growers and sell the fruits by themselves. A situation what we know from apples any years ago, and we expect that we have the same situation in the future in sweet cherries and plums also, and also the next point would be in apricots, that we have also protected and exclusive royalties in apricots in our production. Okay, at last I will conclude with the last points to see or to show about the benefit of stone fruit production. That means that they have higher demands on location as a limited factor. That's a benefit because so the production is limited. It could not only not produce. It could not produce everywhere. It could only produce on special fields. And I think that's a benefit for these areas who can produce stone fruit, who have the right locations. And multi-site utilization is also important point for the fruit, for the varieties that we can do a lot of things with our stone fruit products, such in a high quality for fresh consumption, but also for different products in processing. And for the future, I think every year there are new ideas can do with stone fruits. And we can also look for optimizing possible by innovation and orchard systems with rootstock variety combination, with more safety for production and for the delivery, what I speak about, because of the covering systems, for example. So a lot of things what the future makes good view for the future in stone fruit production, I think for whole Europe. But we have also any disadvantages, what we have a look on it. So that means the demand of hand labor. We don't know exactly what will be the way for the next future, but we expect that it will be more critical than in the actual situation. And we see the influence and the dependence on the weather conditions will be stronger as we can see actual in this time. So we expect also a stronger situation in this point in the next future. And also we expect a stronger situation in in more restrictive regulation of plant protection for the next future. And we cannot say exactly what we have to do in it. And we expect that we have to do a lot together, not only the growers of an area, so that means all growers of a land. And I think it's also important to cooperate with all growers in Europe.
Peter?
And I think that should be my last point. And I want to say thank you very much for
thank you, Peter,
and your attention.
It was a pleasure to have this morning with us. We have been in your location. Thank you, and we expect looking forward for you here in Moldova. Mulțumim foarte frumos. Noi am avut.
Thank you very much. We had an opportunity to visit the research company managed by Peter. Indeed, it is a good future for us as well. I would like to give the floor to Ana Maria Pascariu from the Corteva company, which is the main sponsor of this conference for the first time this year, and who will present the main solutions for fighting pests, fruit pests. You're welcome. Thank you for organizing this very important event for all of us. My name is Ana Maria Pascariu, and within the Corteva company, I am marketing manager for fungicides and insecticides, both in Romania and Moldova. Today, you will have an opportunity to familiarize with the new insecticide that we are launching in the Republic of Moldova starting 2021. It has been homologated, and we talk about the delegate insecticides. I hope everything is fine and that you do see my screen very well. Yes, we see it very well, thank you. The delegate is a selective insecticide designed for the control of larvae, leptoptera, say from pomiculture and many other pests from pomiculture. As a result of climate changes, of course, the threat for pest attack is increasing in the orchards. So different insects and mites are practically more and more numerous. In general, we can say that the global heating or warming by 3-6 degrees can lead to the extension of the border of some pests by 1,000 kilometers towards the north, which means that a whole additional generation of pests may emerge during 1 year. The solution comes practically from the Corteva company for all of these pests with a new insecticide delegate being applied after the flowering with a dose of 0.3 kilograms per hectare. Delegate is based on a new active substance called spinetoram. It is part of the skinosines class with fast action on the worms and moles, while in difficult weather conditions it is very, very effective just due to the unique action mode. So this product is practically a new tool for the integrated pest control and management, and it doesn't represent any threat for environment or for the useful entomofauna, which is practically very important in pomiculture and fruit growing. The most important characteristics of of this project would be as follows. The fact that the project is part of this class of spinosines, along with a well-known spinosad. In Moldova, for the time being, it has not been homologated, but around the world, the spinosad gained good name in fighting the pests or in pest control, and these two active substances, spinetoran and spinosad, are practically the sole insecticides from group number 5 on the fruit market and on the vegetable market. Delegate has a unique way of action, controlling the pest in two ways, via contact and by ingestion, and it has a very fast action, a shock action, and also residual action, which confers or gives it or ensures a longer protection and pest control. The spinetoran penetrates the foliage and goes into tissues of the foliage and ensures an efficient control of very dangerous insects or harmful, and it fights a broad range of pests. But with those from buccal apparatus, it controls only the mellifera beetle in the pear. This is very important. In the pictures showed on the screen, you should know that this fast effect shows up due to the fact that it contains this new active substance, spinetoran, and we practically see how it acts. This product acts on the pests from 12 to 24 and even to 48 hours. The pest starts feeding itself in practically a few minutes from the first contact with this insecticide. Due to this fast effect that this new active substance has on the pest, spinetoran, so at neuron level of the insect, it has a big effect on the nervous system of insects. So transmitting a chaotic movement of insects to the nervous impulses at neuron level, and thus stopping the feeding process, and the insect can no longer feed itself, and it's normal that the pest dies within, as we see in the pictures, within 12, 24 and maximum 48 hours. So another class of insecticides does not affect the nervous system similarly or as much as the delegate does. Let us move to the next slide. Here we can see that compared to other products present on the market, we can see in this slide that delegate acts or has an action on all the development stages of a pest. So this represents practically a very big advantage in pest control and makes the delegate insecticide be a unique product on the market, which makes a difference in comparison to other products present on the market. So limiting the growth and the multiplication of the next generations, pest generations. You should remember that the product shall be applied after flowering, after blossom, and the dose is 0.3 kilos per hectare. So speaking about the advantages of this insecticide, I'd like to highlight the following. First of all, spinetoram is used in a broad range of cultivars, both at global level, so both in Romania and in Moldova we are to extend the label. So this product was homologated in Romania last year, was successful. The farmers used it and were very enchanted by this product, while we try to bring this product to Moldova as well. And starting 2021, the Moldovan farmers will also be able to use it in fruit growing. Delegate does not have a negative impact on environment or useful entomopharm. The product, you should know that this product should be applied after flowering and can be mixed with any other types of products or insecticide, being compatible with a multitude of pest control products. But of course we need to do a test, compatibility test, physical compatibility test first before the application, which any of you definitely does regardless of the product that you purchase.
Nu știu, sper că mă auziți, nu știu ce s-a întâmplat cu
Foarte bine.
Cu prezentarea. Așa, acesta ar fi ultimul.
This is the last slide, and practically we are showing here all the characteristics and the advantages of the pesticides, and I highlighted them already. I just want to conclude or summarize by mentioning it is very important insecticides, and it has gained a lot of prizes with a broad range of pest control and having an impact on different stages of the pest development, limiting the development and multiplication of future generations, pest generations. As I see, the presentation has blocked or stopped. Do you see this screen? So I'm not sure if you hear me. If there is anything to add on your side, go on, please. So it seems Romania is not so far, but we have connection problems. So my internet works well. Thank you, Anna Maria. So we no longer see you. Do you have anything to add? Yes, I wanted to present you some more information, but I'm not sure why the connection no longer works. So the team is telling me that it is difficult to reconnect to you. I just want to say, I want to specify one single thing: the fact that we are always beside the Moldovan farmers, and as you see, we've homologated this insecticide for the Republic of Moldova as well. We've homologated over the past period, we've homologated 2 other products for Moldova closer, based on activists or classed for fighting aphids, and we also homologated the transform product based on INSO-classed for the cabbage, and potato transform is for the cereals. cereal cultivars. We are trying to bring products and pest control solutions to Romanian and Moldovan farmers. Thank you very much. We hope to meet again. Corteva has been our partner for the first time. Hope that this spring in the next spring we will have a better collaboration, but we have to move to the next speaker. I'd like to invite Bruno Marme to give the floor.
Hello, do you hear me? Yes, I do hear you. It's very interesting to have a specialist, an expert from France, to be connecting to our platform from Russia with this very nice project of horticultural project development from Russia. Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Moldova. All our friends who we all miss, and we miss Moldovan wine so much. And as soon as we have the end of this pandemic, please be sure that we come to Moldova and taste Moldovan wines once again. Do you hear me well? Yes, we do hear you, but we don't see the presentation. This is online, and we are on air. Yes, quite right. We are in the course of very fast development of new technologies. Now we see your presentation. My presentation is a little bit different from the previous presentations. I wanted to discuss a more general, a broader topic, which is related to the update and actualization of varieties. I'll talk about that, and maybe those producers who are in Russia and outside of it could consider it as a possible model for implementation, because for Russia it's a very big supplier of products. This year, of course, we had a very special year. Because some of us could have frost, some of us could have rainfalls, but we all hope that next year we'll have broader and broader supplies. In Russia, we could divide horticultural area in 4 different areas. Those who plant their orchards by way of inheritance, who have some land and make a decision to plant an orchard. And these are extensive orchards, which is quite interesting from the point of view of model and financial outcome, but we still have these models. There are people who continued and elaborated on those extensive orchards and put in front of themselves some interesting tasks, but which are also not so perspective. There are such people who plant intensive orchards, but they do not have any particular models. They do it based on their own feelings. There could be some agricultural specialists, and they proceed to planting. And I think that in the future we are not going to have any more such models. And now we are coming out to the times where we have orchards that are being planted with a certain particular planning for 10 to 15 years, where we have plans, ecopex, and the industrial development, and subsidy plans for the production enterprises. I am of this 4th category of producers, where we are trying to calculate everything from the very start to the very end, trying to plan who we are going to be on the market in 15 years. So when an enterprise plants an orchard, the objective is to decrease decreasing the time of to fruiting, the price cost, the human factor, technical losses, and natural risks. Very often when some technological department and the financial department calculate the model, they always take the best figures and indicators, but every one of you present here knows that we often encounter not only natural factors but also the human factor. So the objective of the manager of the production enterprise is to think and calculate over all the factors that are being mentioned here. So we are talking about the task of the general director or the stockholder, and those who are having the biggest share in the retail. The objective here is to increase its capacity and the skills of the human resource to be able to adapt their staff, to have less circulation of staff, adaptation and stabilization and standardization of the processes. So this is about a model which is insured from all the risks that I mentioned before. What I saw in Russia, when some investment fund or an investor is trying to plant an orchard, their first reflex, their first try is to go to Tyrol and to repeat everything they saw there. Of course, that is a nice, correct model, but you have to take into consideration that there are some other different parameters, for example, the cost of land and the skills that I was talking about just earlier, because if we're talking about Italy and south of Italy, Tyrol, where you have production enterprises where there are 3 to 5 generations of apple orchards, and they already have this horticultural conscience. For Russia, it's a little bit different. In Russia, there is this habit of adapting a model in 3 to 5 years. Why do they do so? Because in Russia, you need to fit into this time. You get some subsidy or you get some investment fund, and you not always know if this is going to be subsidized next year. So unfortunately, nobody is making their best to to evaluate the market, to try and see what is going to be the demand on the market. There are very few people who plant out experimental orchards. They plant out like a big block of 100, 200 hectares. This year I planted 200 hectares, and for me it's about more than 1,200 hectares of orchards in Russia. It could be not so fast. And probably there would be a better result. Now, the thing that I wanted to discuss with you is a selection of varieties that are being taken by every enterprise. Today, the varieties like Golden, Granular, Fuji, Zhovomin, Semirenko, all these remain to be the preferred ones. And there are few people who really understand that in planting new varieties that you're working with, like in France, like they do in France or Northern America, or in this case, we could come out with orchards which would fruit faster, which would give significant harvest that would be have calibers from 75 to 80, meaning having an average of 75 to 80. And every orchard maker would have varieties that are not subject to periodical modification, and we know that this happens to Fuji or Semilenko. Even Golden has that, and Gala has that. But modern varieties that are being planted now are stable to periodic modifications. Varieties should be transport friendly. Because the roads are not always perfect, especially when you're transporting it to Far East or Siberia. The apple should be delivered without any pressures, or it has to be delivered perfect. And in such varieties, we do not get these indicators. Even taking Antonovka, delivering it to Moscow, it already makes it difficult. We have new varieties now, like Stomernet, for example, which does not require special storage conditions. It could be stored for a year in this simple refrigerator. There are varieties which are stable to, which are mildew resistance, or and we all know that spending 2,500 euro for one high hectares, or decrease or reduce this program thanks to a new technology, it makes a difference. And finally, the varieties should be tasty, it should be juicy, it should be crunchy, the form should be pleasant. For example, I could show you. I don't know if you see it. This is what is requested on the market. It should be glass form, glass shape. This is what I call glass shape. It's a long one, like Candila, for example, or Candila Sinap. But I mean that the variety should be long in shape, glass shape. It should be bright, red color. Unfortunately, when they calculate a model, they calculate pure financial indicators. But the most important thing, in my opinion, is selection of varieties. There are a lot of varieties in Europe now which do not even have their commercial trademarks or names, but when they're going to get their name, they will also have this trademark. And when you buy a new variety in Europe, you might buy also a brand which accompanies it. For example, this year, the Crimean Fruit Company, irrespective, regardless of the sanctions, was included in Pink Lady. And currently we are the only company in Russia which produces Crips Pink and Voziglo, and we are going to sell it under the Pink Lady brand. What is it going to give us? It will give us an opportunity to sell the apples not only as an agricultural product, but as a kind of image product. The financial outcome of the company, if you're going to believe in this model, it should bring a benefit. And my recommendation for Moldovan colleagues is to think, if you want to increase your profitability, you should not only think about the number of hectares that you are using and the number of tons per hectares, meaning the gross harvesting. You need also to look at the marginality of your product and what is the marketing capacity that you are going to with which you are going to enter the market. So this was the information I wanted to deliver to you. Thank you, Bruno. I know how difficult it was for you and the complications you encountered. I hope that everything is okay with you, and we are glad for our Russian colleagues to have been able to attract such an expert on their land. And we see that orchard making in Russia is is developing quite fast. Thank you. And now we are going to see a small video report from your company. Thank you. Good day. God bless Moldova.
Последний день сбора урожая позднего сорта яблок Pink Lady. Оно уже набрало вкуса, цвета и запаха. И вот такие румяные яблоки пойдут на закладку в овощехранилище. Чтобы не выбиваться из графика, в саду сейчас работают усиленно. Собирают яблоки в корзинки, сортируют прямо на месте, а потом складывают один к одному в такие тележки. Это так называемый интенсивный сад. Здесь за каждым деревом ухаживают как за ребенком, питают с помощью капельного полива, укрывают от града и насекомых специальными сетками. Такой уход позволяет добиться богатого урожая даже от двухгодовалых деревьев.
Крым опасен тем, что интенсивность солнца очень большая. И в период выращивания яблока есть очень большая вероятность солнечных ожогов, то есть бочков или подпеченных яблок.
При таких условиях и яблоко слаще. Прямо с сада оно отправляется в хранилище. Вот в таких гигантских камерах хранятся свежесобранные яблоки. Температура воздуха здесь от 0 до 5 градусов. И в таком состоянии они будут храниться до весны. Перед тем, как румяные и сочные плоды попадут к покупателям, им еще обеспечены водные процедуры и повторная калибровка. Генеральный директор Бруно Марме, француз по происхождению, приехал в Крым специально, чтобы выращивать яблоки. Говорит, здесь хороший инвестиционный климат. Санкт-Петербург и Москва давно наслаждаются крымскими фруктами. Сейчас, говорит Бруно, он пытается своим обаянием и вкусным урожаем завоевать новые рынки.
Командировка на Дальний Восток. Мы для них разработали новая упаковка, которая позволяет то, что я сейчас говорил, ехать дальше, дольше, храниться долго.
Именно в этих упаковках вы отправляете на Дальний Восток?
Да.
Такой комплекс хранения и сортировки появился здесь 2 года назад. На весь инвестиционный проект потратили больше $1 миллиарда рублей.
Конечно, этот проект создал большое количество рабочих мест в Красногвардейском районе. Если брать вместе с сотрудниками садов, это более 250 человек. Это достаточно много для сельскохозяйственного района. Плюс это дополнительные налоги, которые поступают в бюджет Красногвардейского района.
Сейчас на предприятии планируют и дальше высаживать новые деревья. До конца этого года в Красногвардейском районе появится еще 50 гектаров новых садов. Ксения Попова, Николай Пырх и Владимир Казанцев. Вести, Крым.
E în natura ființei noastre să ne dezvoltăm. Impulsionați de nevoia primară a omului de a se hrăni și inspirați de nenumăratele posibilități oferite de pământ. De aici a început totul. Adama.
Îl prezint pe domnul Sergiu Panuț, expert Adama.
I would like to invite Sergiu Panuță, Adama in Republic of Moldova, who will speak about some of the top solutions of fighting pests in the growing orchards, and also we would like to acknowledge the fact that the Adama company is the key sponsor of this.
Bună ziua! Îmi spune Sergiu Panuță, activez ca manager tehnic și înregistrări la compania Adama în Republica Moldova. Pentru început vreau să vă salut toți participanții acestui eveniment organizat de către Moldova Fruct. Pentru astăzi o să prezint o temă, cred eu, destul de interesantă pentru toți producătorii de fructe din Republica Moldova, și anume Adama, soluții de top pentru provocările din cultura mărului sau din plantațiile de măr. Eu cred că punem întrebarea, sau facem o cultură bine mersi, care cât de cât avem ceva investiții și în final vom avea o recoltă necalitativă și vom avea pierderi destul de mari, sau facem investiții și într-adevăr vom obține o recoltă de calitate. Cultura mărului pe parcursul perioadei de vegetație este atacată de către o serie de organisme nocive. Astfel, în combaterea dăunătorilor, compania Adama vine cu câteva soluții, și anume în combaterea carienilor Apollo, 500 vireată, iar în combaterea diferitor specii de păduri de frunză sau moli torticide sau unul din cei mai mari dăunători ca vermi mierilor, sunt recomandate în serie de produse ca mabric, chestrel, lamdex, implantații mai frecvent întâlnite sunt așa specii de acarieni care ernează în stadiul de ou, acarianul roșu a pomilor sau acarianul brun, pentru combaterea acestor specii, în special pentru a reduce rezerva biologică, se recomandă produsul Apollo, care, după cum aș menționa că clofentezimul prezintă o acțiune erbicidă, anume aplicat cu normă de 0,4-0,6, în special în perioada de smugurire, urechiușii de șoareci, chiar până în fază de buton roz, reușim să combatem o serie de specii de acarieni sau speciile acestea menționate, care ernează în special în stadiul de ou. Pentru combaterea speciilor care ernează în stadiul de acarian adult, acarianul roșu a mărului, acarianul roșu comun. Astfel, împotriva la aceste specii, recomand de a se utiliza produsul Viriato, prezintă un conținut de cheziatox de 258,7 grame per litru. În combaterea acestor specii se recomandă norma de 0,16-0,2 litri la hectar, care e avantajul din ce cauză se recomandă de a fi utilizat acest produs, în primul rând, având o acțiune larvicidă și o acțiune limfocidă, reușim să combatem stadiile active aplicând acest produs, mai ales în perioada de după înflorire, când aceste specii sunt foarte active în plantațiile de măr. O altă provocare pentru plantațiile de măr sau pentru producătorii de fructe este combaterea diferitor specii de afide. Aș menționa că plantațiile de măr sunt atacate de multe specii, dintre care mai frecvent întâlnit este păducul legat al mărului, păducul galicol al frunzelor de măr. Cum pot fi combătute aceste specii? De fiecare dată producătorul își pune întrebarea. Compania Adama recomandă un produs nou, numit chestrel 200 SL, cu un conținut de acimetrid. Cunoaștem că substanța activă acimetrid este o acțiune sistemică, anume este destinată să prezinte eficiență înaltă în combaterea păduchilor sau insectelor cu aparat bucal pentru un țăpat și sub. În caz de față, aplicat cu normă de 0,25 litri la hectar, reușește să combată aceste specii chiar pe parcursul a 24-48 de ore. Alte specii la fel de periculoase care se întâlnesc în plantații de măr, aș menționa câteva specii din familia torticide, molia cojă fructelor, care în afară de aceea că ea se întâlnește mai mult spre sfârșitul perioadei de vegetație, când depreciază din punct de vedere calitativ aspectul fructelor, și o altă specie care la început de perioada de vegetație, molia porumbarilor sau mulți producători agricoli cunosc după denumirea populară molia rozaceilor, ca și este rozana. Respectiv, pentru a combate aceste specii, compania Adama recomandă o serie de produse, în special lamdex, care e un peritroid de sinteză, conținut de substanță activă lambda și calotrin, normă de 0,6-0,8 litri la hectar. Dar ceea ce vreau să menționez, că dintre toate speciile de dăunători care sunt mai frecvent întâlnite, cel mai răspândit specie este vermile mierilor. Sunt diferite criterii după care sunt stabilite perioadele optime de aplicare a tratamentelor chimice, în dependență de suma temperaturii efective, în dependență de prezența ouălor, un produs de generație nouă, tauflavalinatul. Tauflavalinatul care este un peritroid de sinteză unică, deci cauză că are o acțiune și la temperaturi înalte, la temperaturi ridicate, mai are un avantaj foarte principal, aș menționa avantajul că
benefit for this product is the fact that
sau nu afectează entomofauna utilă, nu afectează albinele, de multe ori se întâlnesc așa probleme destul de mari în plantațiile de măr. Mavrii cu doi saltau flavononatul, respectiv prezintă acțiune de contact și inceste. În plantații de confecțiere este registrat cu normă de 0,6-0,8 litri la hectar. În combaterea principalelor boli din plantații de măr, compania Adama propune o serie de produse ca Merpan 80 mg sau Fulpan 80 mg, coale, Xarvitis, produse generație 9 Mer Plus, de asemenea Orius și Embrelia. Dar o problemă importantă și ține de eficiența produselor este rezistența la fungicide. Aș menționa o particularitate destul de importantă care contează foarte mult. Cum apare rezistența la fungicide? Contează foarte mult momentul tratamentul, contează foarte mult produsul. De asemenea, norma care se aplică de multe ori pentru a avea eficiență înaltă fermierii sau producătorii agricoli măresc doza intenționat, recurența sau chiar nu se aplică alternanța aceea de produs în ceea ce privește numărul de tratamente la unitate de suprafață sau numărul de tratamente într-o perioadă de vegetație. Și reprezintă în imaginea dată și menționa aici dezvoltare rezistență, în special fungicidele sistemice ce au ca țintă un anumit mecanism la nivel celular. În combaterea acestor specii aș recomanda în special compania Adama vine cu un produs de generație nouă, un produs numit Embrelia, care conține două substanțe active, în special o substanță activă nouă, izoperazamul, 100 de grame pe litru și dificonazolul. Studiul este înregistrat la două culturi, în plantație sau în cultura mărului și în cultura părului, cu norme de 1,5 litri la hectar. Datorită redimixului sau datorită combinației dintre aceste două substanțe se obține o eficiență foarte înaltă în combaterea împotriva principalelor boli rapă-înfăinare. Ceea ce ne interesează pe producătorii agricoli, cum acționează acest produs, aș face o comparație cu imaginea care este prezentată, în care se menționează asemenea acțiunea Embrelia este asemănătoare unui iceberg, în ceea ce vedem noi, de fapt, este o proporție de 20, maxim 30%, dar ceea ce se întâmplă cu adevărat este restul, anume acțiunea produsului împotriva agentului patogen. Este, într-adevăr, este o eficiență din gama premium, efect preventiv, spunem așa, eficacitate optimă și un control al rezistenței la agentul patogen. De asemenea, un alt produs de generație nouă, Merplusul, care prezintă în componența sa două substanțe active, substanță activă consacrată, captantă, și un produs sau o substanță activă nouă, fosfonat de potasiu, care este totuși normă de consum și când poate fi aplicat într-o perioadă de vegetație, se recomandă până la 8 tratamente. O condiție importantă este ca să țină de perioada dintre tratamente, minim 15 zile, dar se recomandă ca acest produs să fie inclus în schema de protecție peste un tratament. O condiție foarte importantă care asigură o eficiență destul de înaltă. Produsul cu, spunem așa, produsul de top, într-adevăr, care la un moment de față putem spune că nu este nici o plantație de pom fructifere care nu utilizează acest produs, Merpanul, anume cu un conținut de captan de 800 de grame pe kilogram. În afară de aceea că este într-adevăr un produs de contact care asigură protecție foarte eficientă, cu norma sau aplicat la normă de 1,35 kg la hectar. Aș prezenta așa o schemă în care totuși cum reacționează cu grupurile ASH, anume când le distruge, și anume că distruge principalele enzime necesare germinării sporilor, în așa fel care ca să nu prevină germinarea sporilor la suprafața organelor plantelor sau ceea ce am menționat că avantajul față de alte produse de contact care sunt utilizate în plantații de măr, anume că substanța activă captan sau merpanul, în altă față, el prezintă eficiență pe parcursul 24 de ore asupra infecției care au pătruns în plantă, dar durata de protecție acestor produse poate să fie în general pe parcursul până la 2 săptămâni zile, în dependență de condițiile meteo și de precipitațiile căzute. În ceea ce privește combaterea organismelor nocive sau combaterea bolilor la temperaturi mai joase, la temperaturi de 7-5 grade, chiar aș menționa, se recomandă un ciprodinil, în caz de față produsul coale 300 EC, în plantațiile de măr împotriva rapelui măr, acest produs are înregistrare 0,4 litri la hectar. Totuși, cum acționează acest produs? În primul rând, el prezintă acțiune sistemică parcursul 70 zile, inclusiv are și un efect curativ dacă este aplicat în momentul pătrunderii infecției în timp de 36 de ore și reușește chiar să mențină rapelul măr sub control, având o eficiență destul de înaltă chiar de la începutul sezonului împotriva rapelului măr. O altă boală frecvent întâlnită în plantațiile de măr este fainarea mărului. În combaterea acestei boli, compania Dama propune producătorilor agricole Orius 25 EW, special de acest produs. Are în primul rând din cauza tebuconazolului, care aplicat cu normă de 0,35 litri la hectar, reușește să mențină această boală sub pragul economic de dăunare, dar ce vreau să menționez un lucru foarte important, că pătrunde rapid în țesuturile plante pe parcursul 1-2 ore și inhibe biosinteza ergosterolului în membrana celulară în fitopatogenilor, respectiv datorită acestei particularități are un efect de stop, spunem așa, efect de oprire foarte rapidă asupra făinării, respectiv acțiunea sistemică la acest produs este parcursul 70 zile, inclusiv se observă un efect curativ parcursul la 36 de ore. O condiție esențială pentru a obține o eficiență destul de înaltă a combaterii acestui fungicid este de a se efectua tratamentele când temperatura variază între 12 până la 24 de grade și nu se recomandă să faci tratament când temperaturile sunt mai mari de 24 de grade. Un alt produs cu acțiune de contact, folpanul, el este recomandat în combaterea rapelui măr cu norme de consum 2 kg la hectar. Unul din avantaje să menționa că acest produs are o aderență foarte bună asupra țesuturilor plantelor, dar ceea ce vreau să demonstrez că reușește să combată efectiv, mai ales când se formează acele hife alegentele patogene. Aici în imagine sunt prezentate mijlocit acțiunea folpanului asupra hifelor miceliene și observăm o distrugere și deformare a hifelor. Totodată sunt prezente particule de folpet pe suprafața frunzelor, respectiv nu de voie să dezvolte agente patogene în continuare. Începând cu anul acesta, în portofoliul companiei Adama vine un produs nou, și anume produsul Xar Max, care are în conținut două substanțe active foarte frecvent utilizate în plantații de măr, dificonazol 125 g/kg și crizocine 250 g/kg. Datorită, spunem, complementării acestor produse, se reușește o acțiune sistemică, o acțiune preventivă și curativă. Cel mai mult este recomandat aplicarea preventivă în începutul înfloririi și în timpul dezvoltării fructelor, doza 0,33 kg la hectar. Este necesar de respectat un interval de tratament 10-14 zile și ceea ce de asemenea este important, iarăși ceea ce am discutat la început, despre rezistență, pentru nu avea o rezistență la fungicide, anume că se recomandă numai mult de 3 tratamente pe sezon cu produsul Xar Max. O problemă importantă ce frământă fermieri este calitatea fructelor. Calitatea fructelor în ceea ce primește numărul fructelor în coroană sau pentru a avea o formă cât mai reușită și o culoare cât mai reușită, dată și un conținut mai ridicat de substanțe uscate. Pentru aceasta este necesar de efectuat răvie chimică. Răvie chimică, de fapt, este un proces foarte dificil, necesită cunoștințe foarte temenice, necesită experiență. Astfel, pentru a ușura munca producătorilor agricoli, compania propune produsul Brevis, special pentru a ușura procesul de răvire chimică a fructelor în plantațiile de măr. A înregistrat atât la măr cât și la păr. Bineînțeles că norma care se recomandă de a fi utilizat variază în funcție de soi, independent că e epoca de vocere timpurii sau epoca de coaștere târzie sau independent că e creștere slabă sau creștere viguroasă. Norma variază dacă în plantații de măr 1,1 până la 2,2, respectiv în plantații de măr la 1,65, 2,2. Bineînțeles că acum nu o să reușim noi să explicăm care sunt norme și cum poate fi aplicate. Pentru asta aș propune ca producătorii agricoli totuși să ne contacteze și împreună să luăm decizii în ceea ce privește norma de consum și la soi, pentru că contează foarte mult și soi care este tratat. Referitor la normă de aplicare, aici eu aș recomanda, conform regulamentului, produsul dat poate fi aplicat când diametrul fructului este de 6 sau 16 mm. Din experiența de ultimii ani am observat că totuși o mai bună eficiență se obține când acest produs este utilizat începând cu normă de 12 mm în diametru, dar în special 14-16 mm. Bineînțeles că asta trebuie să fie cont și de condițiile meteo care urmează să fie pe parcursul a 5 zile. Contează foarte mult și temperatura, contează foarte mult și produsele care au fost utilizate până la tratarea cu aceste produse Brevis. Contează foarte mult și încărcătura și de fructe care contează de mult și vârsta plantației și toate aceste nuanțe, bineînțeles că trebuie să fie luate în considerație pentru a nu fi întâlnite sau nu se înregistra acele momente nedorite când de multe ori este necesar de a se repeta tratament sau de a efectua careva corecție. În ceea ce privește rezultatul acestui produs, aș arăta inclusiv din experiența care a fost efectuată în raionul de sud. Noi și respectiv este arătat la diferite soiuri de măr, în cazul de față soiul prin cladding, care se observă foarte bine care e aplicat la normă de 1,65 sau 2,2, care este diametrul fructului și dat gradul de colorare a fructului contează foarte mult. Dar totodată aici contează și numărul de fructe care este lăsat. Un alt soi care e frecvent întâlnit în plantații din Republica Moldova Ediția. Observăm aplicarea cu normă de 1,65 și 2,2 iarăși diametru. Totodată intensitatea culorii și bineînțeles că au un grad foarte înalt sau un conținut foarte înalt de substanță uscată. Am efectuat experiențe și în plantații de păr, în ceea ce privește cum influențează la soiul X 1247, în special o eficiență destul de înaltă, a fost obținută la norma cu 1,65 litri la hectar. Bineînțeles, 2,2 au fost obținute acele fructe destul de mari ca în diametru, dar ca număr ele erau mai puține. Iarăși depinde foarte mult de fermier, se decide de ce fruct are nevoie și respectiv singur își reglează norma în dependență de care este nevoie. Sunt prezentate aici imagini cu alelotul demonstrativ companiei Adam, în care am aplicat produsele Adam în combaterea diferitor organisme nocive și, într-adevăr, s-a obținut un efect destul de înalt. Aplicând produsele companiei Adam, veți obține rezultate foarte înalte în plantațiile de măr, exact ca cele care sunt prezentate în imagini. Pentru orice întrebări sau orice probleme care apar, vă rugăm să nu ezitați și ne contactați la telefonul care este dat în imagine sau adresa de e-mail. Vă mulțumim pentru atenție.
Thank you, Sergiu. I want to thank Adama company as a sponsor, and like to inform you that they have a very good doctor and one of the best entomological doctor in Moldova. Please have a look at the screen. So further, we would like to give the floor to our advice and consultant partner, who is the main sponsor of this conference, and I invite Andrei Kafkiwoli and Eleonora Nistru to present the solutions for fruit growing. I'm one of the agronomists from advice and consulting company. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to advice consulting company for offering me this chance or possibility. Today, the goal of my presentation today is to talk about strawberries. And I actually want to provide you some useful information. The goal of today's presentation is to talk about the advantages in fruit growing and about strawberries in particular. On the first slide, we can see cherries at high density cherry trees or orchard. The concept that should be pursued is to have low density and mean and high density plantations. 3 types of plantations starting from 500 trees per hectare at mean density. There are several advantages, and it is naturally important to decide what type of plantation you would select as an option. First of all, you need to see the terrain and then to figure out what is the result you expect. The root stocks that you will use in low-density plantations should be a strong one. When talk about high-density plantations, the root stocks are less strong. The difference between the root stock, we can classify the root stock into 3 categories: strong root stock, semi-nano, and nano root stock. With regard to vigorous rootstock, these are called Franco, semi-nano will be Capsine and Maxima 14, while nano rootstock include Gisela 5 and Gisela 6. I want to open the brackets here and talk about that when deciding the rootstock. you need to know what type of soil you have in the field, because if the soil is clay, argillous, and if you decide to go for a high-density plantation, you need to choose maxima, to select maxima 14. And if the soil is fertile, it is essential to use such a rootstock as Gisela, so it grows very quickly and goes into fructification quickly. But it's always good to start with the roots, choosing the rootstock and the soil and the field. If talk about new varieties, it is important to grow new varieties because, well, in addition to the fast fructification, they provide good quality. The results are really good. We've tried to test different cherry varieties with different sizes, and the choice of the variety is as important as the choice or the option of or selection of the best option of rootstock. It is the variety of the varieties, the range of varieties is much wider with varieties from America and from other places, and we have a harvesting calendar which is very broad, and it is important to choose depending on the size of fruits that you want to obtain from the plantation. When talking about advantages, particularly in case of intensive orchards, a few things should be taken into consideration for them to come into fructification from the very first, from the second year, so that we can harvest starting the second year and to have a better quality of fruits, because if the sapling has reduced or limited development, the entire lymph and nutrition would go into the fruit. While if the development is much higher in case of thick branches or the development of the vegetative part, the size of the fruit will be bigger. All these aspects will lead to a better results or better fruits. Will have a bigger size in fruits, and we'll be able to manage the tree much better, and we will have lower costs as well as a yield where 75% will be provided by the soil, meaning that we'll succeed in managing up to 15 hectares of orchards, because if the areas are larger, then we should have a harvesting platform. And the technical equipment is less numerous in the case of such small size orchards, and we use much less for treatments because less water is used per hectare, and we manage to provide or to supply less water to the tree, and the diseases or pests will be less or fewer. It's important that the investment will be paid back much sooner. This is very important, because if starting the 5th and 6th year we manage to pay back the investment, on the 10th year we start making profit and allow ourselves to reinvest some amounts in other activities or on other rootstock or whatever is demanded on the market, because this is a born evolution and we need to be prepared and explore and be active in changing the varieties, the rootstock, and so on and so forth. And now I'd like to present an example of a test that was made at Bologna University. using research funds. This is a test made for AgriStar Georgia Lapins, or starting the 7th and 10th years of such varieties. Why starting year 7 up to year 10? Because on a medium density plantation, which become really productive on the 15th year. But these three varieties, they use called the maxima 14 rootstock and 13.5, 14.5 tons is the yield. If we go further, we see that the production is growing. And if talk about high-density orchards, we managed to increase production much more. And it is very important in terms of our plantation, it is very important to talk about high-intensity plantations, or highly intensive. We have from 13.5 up to 22.3 tons per hectare in yields. The production increases very much. The fructification comes much sooner, and on average in 3 years we already achieve 8.8 tons per hectare compared to a traditional variety of plantation. Another advantage that I want to talk about refers to very highly intensive plantations. You see an example on the screen from 5,000 to 5.5 thousand trees that were created in 2010 with varieties Ferrovia and Cordia. So it should be mentioned here that starting year 3 and up to year 5, we managed to obtain or to harvest from 8.2 tons per hectare, while in year 5, 18.5 tons per hectare. So the orchard starts enters into fructification very quickly, which is a special characteristic for highly intensive plantations. In the next slide, you see an economic calculation of figures in monetary terms. If mean or low intensity orchard, we start harvesting in the year 15, while in highly intensive plantations in the 4th, 5th year, the yield is already very high, like in the case of Ferrovia variety, up to 18 tons per hectare is achieved. And if we calculate €4 per kilo multiplied by 18 tons, the income will be €150,000. Well, if compare with the low intensity orchard, we will definitely not achieve such figures. So this is a feature that should be taken into consideration. In addition, the size, which is higher than 28 millimeters. This is a true advantage. So which is by 20% higher. If referred to Ferrovia, 28% have a size from 32, 34 millimeters. We're talking about a good quality of our cherries, high level of quality, which will allow us penetrate the market and export to the best price at best prices. to ensure sales on the target markets. So obviously some of the reflections that I wanted to share with you, I wanted to provide some information in this presentation for you to remember about what may bring you advantages, and I wanted to inform you about the advantages of the highly intensive orchards, because the cherry market has evolved a lot. If in the past we would have about 80 trees per hectare, now we have up to 2,500 plants per hectare, and we need to harvest good quantities of good quality cherries. That's why the size need to be ensured. In this way, we have a market that is constantly developing. So if we want to have a good gain or benefit or to obtain really these results, and we need to start from the basics by choosing or selecting the soil and water should be available, and we need to apply to experts that could advise us, because the more we increase the requirements per hectare, we need to also maintain the quantity and quality. We need to be able to manage the water to ensure control anti-fungicides and insecticides, the control and to apply fungicides and insecticides in pest control. And also I wanted to say a few words about cherries, but another very important cultivar both in Italy and Moldova is the strawberry. I will never get tired to say that the strawberry requires lots of attention and care. It is obvious that the soil is also important, and also we need to take into account the diseases and fertilizers that are used in growing this cultivar. All these combined together may determine a good per hectare production or yield, 1 kilo per plant, per seedling, or so you pay very much for any error that you make or mistake that you make in growing such cultivar, because they are not like cherries or other cultivars your money. It is very important to choose the quality for the money invested. The fact is that you need to take into account by selecting the strawberry variety is very important. Include the climate, which is really of primary importance. You need to choose to take into account the climate. If the region has a cold climate, you need to select on this basis. The second factor is to select strawberry varieties that reflower, which have one production period. And also the type of production. There are plantations that are created in greenhouses, plants that are planted in the greenhouse, and plants that are planted in open fields, plants that provide a good yield in the greenhouse houses. Others would like to be grown in a pot. Others would be planted directly into the soil. There are very many factors of importance. And it depends on how far you would wish to go with your. For instance, the Lika is an optimal variety to be consumed in fresh form, but it cannot be stored too long and will not stand transportation. You need to select the variety that you are interested to either sell on the domestic market or to be able to transport it. So I mentioned, but I want to highlight several fundamental concepts related to production of strawberries. Or better say, I want to refer to irrigation. The most important factor, because strawberry suffers a lot if the water stagnates in the root. So I traveled a lot abroad, and I would see plantations and would hear from the producers that the plants fail due to the water stagnation. So when analyzing such plantations, I noticed that either the producers would lack experience in growing such cultivar, because if we exaggerate by use water to an exaggerated extent, all the plants may die. Here I took a picture where I showed in this case the reason was excessive water. Another factor very important is to use film, double film, and in 2 rows, which is definitely a method that allows you to optimize by 100% the strawberry plantations. So I don't say that if you use 3 rows or 3 layers instead of 2 layers of film, this will not give less or more results. So would risk to have plantations that would die faster. To the left on the screen, you see on November the 27th, I managed to save this plantation. Because so in ideal conditions, the plants managed to recover within a very short period, because on 26 August the problem was caused. So another factor, a fundamental factor related to strawberries, is chemicals treatment. Each of those who grow strawberries, you need to adjust, adapt an optimal system for applying chemicals. As I said, this is the first time, the first mistake when the fruits start rotting, particularly when we do not have a climate or weather schedule, we risk to lose up to 80% of the products, such as this dew. Other 2 diseases very important that are anthracnose and the staining. So we talk about bacteria or viruses that should be timely prevented and controlled, and you need to be very careful and intervene in case of such diseases to avoid them to the maximum extent, because there is a red line that separates a good production, a less good production from a less good production, where we definitely invest money. And as I mentioned about fertirrigation, strawberry is a cultivar that eats a lot, and in order to produce fruits, it requires 10 tons per hectare. So 30 tons of nitrates, phosphorus and potassium. So if you want to produce 25 to 30 units, we need to provide good fertilizers, to treat them with good fertilizers. The fertilizers should be provided during the adequate phases of the vegetation, because if you apply much nitrates in the first phase, you risk to burn the plants. So you should observe the stages because only in this case we will be able to ensure optimal results. Here the pictures are from Italy. So strawberries that were planted in August. To the left, we see a picture from Uzbekistan in a 3-year plantation on 3 hectares, strawberries that were planted in May. So definitely when we do have a good basis of a plant that has developed good roots, we manage to achieve good yields. Speaking about growing strawberries and cherries, so this is a profitable business because during the pandemic it is important to focus on the quality. It is important to have a good quality product and also ensure the quantity, because people like eating well, the mankind likes eating well, so we focus on strawberry plantations or cherry orchards by requesting the opinion or the support of a specialized company or specialist who would advise you, who would come to the field. And also it would be good for you to make videos, and if you want to have a win-win situation, and if you produce in order to win or to gain, you need to be advised by somebody and to be followed afterwards. This is the line that separates from a person who invests and gains and a person that invests and loses the money. So this is the end of my presentation. I hope to have disclosed some concepts about what is really important. I wanted to inform you because I've been involved in this activity for many years. Although I'm young, I started my professional career long ago, and I have extended experience, and I wanted to provide everything that is important and can be useful for you in the future. Now, I would like to give the floor to Eleonora Nistru for a welcoming speech. Eleonora, you have the floor. Good day to all the participants. Thank you very much for the invitation or for providing this opportunity to be beside our connationals and beside all the fresh fruit producers in Moldova. We are sure that everybody who has the wish and the desire, all the producers of Moldova will manage to develop and to ensure the quality of fruits on the international market. We want to tell you that we are beside you, although from distance, although the pandemic and the current situation impedes us, and the company Advice and Consult is always beside you, and not from distance but also via our Moldovan office. We provide consultancy and information support to all the Moldovan producers, and I invite you or call upon you to contact us anytime you need so that we can grow tasty and good quality fruits made in Moldova. Thank you, Eleonora. Advice and consulting is our liaison point that links us with Italian technologies. Thank you that you also accepted this role of main sponsor of the conference. Further on, I'd like to invite a speaker who will present the sorting and calibration solutions. And we have Natalia Zelenska, representative of the Elifab Solutions from Spain, who will make a presentation.
Good afternoon, Yuri. I would like to first of all thank the organizers for this highest level of preparedness for the call for the conference and for the high level of organization. I'm going to share my screen now. and start the presentation. I have already been introduced. My name is Natalia Zelenska and I represent the Elifab company. The Elifab company is located in the south of Spain and is doing sorting of the different berry classes like blueberries, cherries, and cherry tomatoes. The topic of this presentation will be the cherries. Can you show something, Natalia? Because what we see is only the Explorer on the screen. Yes, just a second. I thought I did it. Do you have it? Not yet. No, we don't. Still, we don't have anything. So we're having some technical problem. I can't do the screen sharing. Can't use the screen sharing function. We see you now.
Мы видим только Explorer.
Наталья, вы меня слышите?
Слышим.
Пожалуйста, сначала выйдите из шер-скрина.
Please open your presentation. Now make the do screen sharing now.
Получается?
Смотрите, получилось, нет?
Отлично.
Презентация видна.
Так, хорошо, теперь она мне не видна. Все, тогда запускаю слайды и...
Исчезла ваша презентация.
Опять исчезла ваша презентация. Что вы сделали?
Ничего, развернула экран. Итак, не видно, да? Нет презентации?
Наверное, границу Украины не переходит.
Наталья, вы вышли из демонстрации экрана.
Да нет, она у меня идет.
Вот сейчас есть все.
Сейчас есть все. Хорошо, спасибо большое. Извините, такие технические какие-то оказались сложности.
I'm sorry for this technical complications. So,
производят сортировочные линии для голубики, черешни, томатов черри. Почему только для таких продуктов, я чуть позже скажу. Тема этой презентации, да, теперь я ее не могу листать. Тема этой...
So the topic of this presentation will be cherries. Yesterday from the presentations, I understood that grapes, apples, and cherries is also an important product, and packing is very important for this product. So from yesterday I understood that this is a very relevant export product. But here let us talk about cherries. I'll tell you in a couple of words about the company, and I will tell you about the specifics of the sorting line. Elifab was established in 2016 by Fabrizio San, Ellipse and Ellis Sum, and Fabrizio Santans together with Ellipse designed the first sorting line for cherries. Ellipse is the developer of the software and producer of chambers for different sorting lines. Elisam produces sorting lines for big fruits and vegetables like apples, tomatoes, dates, onions, and so on. So every solution could be provided through this. Also for plums and any other products, we would be glad to cooperate. Now, sorting of cherries. Is it necessary at all in general? Selling the product in the domestic market, if you're talking about this, then it's desirable, but not necessary, not mandatory, because sometimes you might see such cherries that is dreadful to look at them. But if you're talking about exporting the product, then you need the sorting line. Listening to the report, the speakers that we had yesterday, and of course Moldova was always popular for its fruit, grapes, apples, plums, everything was always nice, but from what I understood, apples are quite nice in being exported, and there is some kind of sorting. For other products there are many more questions, much more, because there are not enough technological lines to prepare them for export. So if we're talking about export, we need to know what lines we need. These lines give a high-quality product. They heat the logistics and the shelf life of the product. It's impossible to do it manually. And in Europe, we say they require the cherry product to be touched manually only one time during harvesting. All the rest should be automatically processed. What is important in the sorting line, and what are the advantages of the LFAB line? First of all, this is the compactness of the line, which is the most compact on the market. This is why the LFAB produces these lines for small products. They have the necessary lines, so you need less space for the equipment and less cost for the cooling of the space, meaning that you have considerable saving of resources, saved money, profit, and the compatibility with other packing lines existent on the market. Then treatment of the fruit. For example, for blueberries, it preserves the surface, the frosty surface, and what was sorted in Ukraine was exported to Moldova. So I hope that you had already an opportunity to see and that you were satisfied by the quality of the blueberries that were delivered to your markets. The characteristics of the LFAB machine, from what you might know, they have tracks. In the cherry lines, they could be from 2 to 12. Then there is a 4-tier singulator, a block of 5 chambers for every track. The chambers have lighting of the product, defects, softness, and the caliber. The number of outcomes 8 to 28, and the line could be equipped with automatic tripper of the boxes in the exit, and an automatic washer. What are the possibilities of the LFAB line? The speed of movement is 36 fruits or rolls per second, so the production capacity is 777 kilograms per hour, and the level of filling out rate is 60%, 98% of accuracy of sorting, and 96% for quality, and 30 pictures of every fruit from different sides, from different aspects. Now the main nodes, the main components of the line. So you see on the left the automatic tripper, the conveyor on both pictures, and the chamber, the bin, separator of the stems. The accuracy of cutting of the stem is 30%. Then the precalibrator sorting different small fruits 4-tier singulator or separator, which gives the best result in separating fruits and building them one after another. Production bins, ellipse, which are being considered the best on the market. A block of 5 chambers identifying the size, caliber. The chamber has a diagnosis of the defects, soft spots, and so on and so forth. And finally, there is the exit is watered and could be dry as well. The defects that are sorted are easily programmable. If you have a new defect or if there are specific requirements from the client, it's very easy to add into the functionality new factors and aspects of defectability. Now you have the pictures. Here you have soft point ruptures or cracks. So the fruit is being viewed from all around 360 degrees around. And we have a small video here, and I'll try to simultaneously translate what we see here. Здравствуйте, я Горги Сандху, я владелец Сан-Сити Черрис. Мы находимся в Британской Колумбии. And we are sorting cherries in the northern part where it is grown. Our business is developing very fast and starting from the Western Canada and now exporting to the whole of the world. So we needed to find the best solutions for sorting the cherries. We have already practiced working with different varieties of cherries, started from sorting and then sorting of sizes and then sorting of defects. Now we are working on increasing our productivity, working on the sizes of cracks and working on the lines that we already have in their capacity and functionality. Ellipse was differing from others, and Elifop was very easy to cooperate with, and we chose Elifop to produce a machine that we really needed. And working this year, it was very important for us to see that we increased our productivity. We became much more efficient in eliminating these defects, and this shows that the sorting lines was quite limited in its productivity due to COVID, and we are glad to see that the line fully justified its efficiency. Sorting in quality and caliber is really needed, because our consumers need the highest quality. And of course, a person manually cannot do such calibrating and sorting, so we use an electronic visualization system. And why we chose Ellipse? Because they have cameras which are trying to identify complicated defects and allow sorting highest quality products. Now the advantages of the line, considering what Gordev was saying, how the machine sees the defects and the fact that the line ensures very delicate movement of the fruit along the line, and the height here is very nice. Very good. So on the next slide, you will see quite well how the cherry is going to get out of the singularity. Along the conveyor, they go with the same speed. The fruit is not rolling over, it's only moving along the line. A low air pressure, the fruit is not being damaged. When it is blown out, there is a special surgery silicone shield which allows the highest level of hygienic standards. Rolls and chains in Ellipse are not stretchable and not bendable, so it's a very good characteristic in maintenance and decreases the cost. And as an option at the exit, there could be a semi-automatic waiting and a tripper of the boxes and another video which I once again will try to simultaneously translate for you. Lee Port, head of operations in Mansfield Farms. We are one of the biggest producers of fresh fruit in the United Kingdom, the biggest in fruit and cherry. We are having more than 2,000 tons of cherries each year. In the last 2 years, we had a maximum output, and we needed to find a new solution for packing and calibrating. And I wanted to understand what would be the best solution for Mansfield. So this is why we decided to choose ELIFOP. The advantages of ELIFOP: the simplicity of the sorting line, easy to clean, and its maintenance. Simplicity. Also the chambers of ELIFOP, which, as my research showed, is the best chamber which you could find. So it's 2 years now that we have been using ELIFOP lines for sorting cherries. First, it was a challenge for us because everything was new, but this year was quite good. We expanded from 6 to 10 tracks, which was a result of the growing amounts, and this year it was excellent. 6-7 tons per year was our production capacity, processing capacity, which was also corresponded to our expectations, and all the questions that were arising were easily solved with the ELIFOP stuff. Support from ELIFOP ALIPS is the key to our partnership. This is not only about equipment, this is a partnership that is between people that you work with. We also have sorting lines for ALICE, and this is a very nice cooperation. Now, automatic washing machines. Dry steam integrated in the machine. Watered is in certain parts of the machine. This is the videos that shows how goes the cleaning of the rolls, and when you see it from above, they need to see the fruit without any additional aspects to not involve or to not see any additional inexistent defects. Steam generator. The ELIFOP machines are highly hygienic and are very much secure, but you can't get something that is absolutely perfect, and if there is any other requirement, we could adapt to it. Thank you for your attention. My contact data is here on the screen. My presentation had 31 slides like this in December, and so my wish to you is to have a nice finalization of this month, nice seasons and health, of course. I hope that you are going to have acceptable solutions for our fruit makers, fruit producers, because from what we see, it should be acceptable both in price and maintenance and operations. So we invite you to Moldova.
So now let's watch the screen and see the video with the promotion.
Împrumuturile sunt acordate în euro sau lei moldovenești pe un termen de 10 ani, cu o dobândă atractivă de la 2,8% până la 4,9% anual. Suma minimă pe care o oferă Livada Moldovei este de 5.000 de euro, iar cea maximă de 5 milioane. În cadrul proiectului sunt oferite și facilități fiscale, cum ar fi cota 0 TVA, scutirea de plată a taxelor și procedurilor vamale sau a accizelor. Nu ezitați să accesați site-ul www.livada-moldovei.md.
So this is a promotion material that is developed with the support of USAID. Now let's go to France. So we would move to France and we would listen to Benoit Escandé, who is the owner and owner of the Escande nursery from France. Welcome, Bino. Can you hear us?
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, yeah, good morning, everybody. So I will make you a presentation of my nursery, Escande Nursery, established in the southwest of France.
We will be glad if it will take 20 minutes.
So I have normally a PowerPoint. How can I do this? How can I include this?
Sharing, you see below the screen, you'll see sharing screen sharing.
Sharing screen.
It's
where?
below the.
I don't see it. Partage écran, d'accord, okay? Okay. Yes, here we are.
Yeah, it's going well. Okay. We see you.
Okay, so here we are. Okay, let's start. Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to present you my nursery. Okay. So a bit of the history of the company. What was created by my grandfather. Today we are farming 385 hectares, but we have 220 hectares of orchard, mainly peach, nectarines, and apricots, some plums, and apples, organic apples. We also have 27 hectares of a research program where we're doing breeding and where we are evaluating new varieties. So today, all include stone fruit, pip fruit. We have 300 varieties in management. And the main job we are doing is producing plants. Today, we are growing 1 million of trees per year. If we talked about the variety creation program, every year we're doing 30,000 hybrids of apricots. And we are also focusing on red flesh apple, where we're doing 400 hybrids per year. My company is also part of two other companies. I mean, we have some shares in the Red Moon company that is developing some varieties like Swing or Red Moon, which are the part of our red flesh apple program. And also a new company called French Fruit Lovers in France for a new plum that we are developing under the name Lovita. Also the group, because it's not only one company, I have Benoit Escande Edition, who represent other breeders, which are Bendo's in Israel, Birchill, United States, or John Driver in the United States. But we work with the various breeders in all around the world that we are representing. Tree production is pip fruit for 80% roughly, and stone fruit 20%, apricots, plum, peach nectarines, candied peach, cherries, almonds. So some of our varieties are here, and one of our last bestseller is Wildfire Gala. It's coming from the United States. It's a new clone of Gala, which is really earlier. We have 3 weeks to minimum 18 days more early than traditional Gala or high chloride mutation Gala. Okay, you see on the screen, early red Gala, which is BG Gala Print, is the only Gala with an earlier ripening date with a patent granted in EU. So we see this one with the start reduction is much earlier. Schnickel Red, which is a reference, you can see that the starch reduction is not as early as RKD Wildfire, So we believe this clone will be in the future one of the best early gala really that will be released. Also, I am offering the variety Pixie, which is scab resistant. It's a very friendly tree growing picking right after gala. Very good eating quality, coming from United States, from Professor Jules Janix in Purdue Research Foundation. Early Crunch is another very early variety, ripening 2 weeks before gala. It's a chain ceiling, very productive, big size, adapted to cold countries, I will say, but not especially in warm countries. Knees is also coming from Purdue Research Foundation. It's a yellow scab resistant, very good eating quality, very crunchy, juicy, excellent flavor, ripening a week before gala. So we have our red flesh varieties, 2 varieties for the moment, S1 and RM1. We have some plantation in Italy. We did harvest 1,500 tons this year. It's through Luis Clementi fruit, the commercialization, and the variety. These 2 varieties are developed by the company Red Moon Company, from which I'm a partner. Then, if we talked about stone fruit, we can talk about some apricots. This is one of our last release. Sushi is a very early apricot, self-fertile and Sharka resistant, as certainly stone fruit growers know. The Plumpox virus that gives the Sharka disease is very important. So this one doesn't need a lot of chilling, 150, 200 hours of chilling, more adapted for the south of Europe, I would say. Tsunami is a bestseller for us, a very good eating quality variety. So we have more than 10 years of experience of this one, and we're farming roughly 15 hectares of this one in production. One of our bestseller, because it's the first one coming early in mid-May with so good eating quality. Tornado is a variety that we mainly use now for pollination, good eating quality, easy to crop, but something that we are putting especially for the next one, which is Samurai, another bestseller we have. It's a big producer, very big size, big yield, more than 35 tons per hectare. We also have more than 20 hectares of this one in production ourselves in our orchards in the south of France. Globally, I didn't tell you, but we are producing 3,500 tons of peach nutrients apricots in the south of France. We also, Big Red is also another bestseller for us because we have very good range of apricots. So deep red, as you see, very shiny color, very good eating quality, a strong tree, one of the reference of the market. I didn't talk about some other bestseller we have, like Kyoto, Manga, Ninja. I'm going to later variety now that we are pushing, which is Mistral. This one is self-fertile, very tough fruit, tough skin, I will say. We have 5 hectares of this one planted for the moment, ourselves. It's coming before Farbali, which is a reference of the market. We really trust this one can make a good winner in the future. Nico is a full red apricot because we have in our breeding program a full range of red apricots. It's a new line, it's a new segment that we are trying to develop, but we have some problems with the full red apricots. First problem is the consumers apprehension of this new fruit. Some doesn't think it's an apricot, and they can think it's a plum, so it causes some problem in the marketing side. Second problem, from all the full red apricots I know, it's the ripening period is very short. If you pick too early, it's down to acidic, and then they turn soft so quickly that you have a very short window to pick them, and it's very difficult to teach the pickers how to pick them. Also, many of them are bacterial canker, very susceptible by the gene they have from the very red. So it's something we are testing, developing, but I still believe a good apricot is bicolor apricot with a good 50-60% blush on one side and a good background color with a dark orange background color. This is what our clients are asking mainly. If I talk about peach nectarines, we have various range. We have lots of peach nectarines, so it's difficult to talk about all the varieties, but here it's an example that is on our catalog of yellow flesh nectarines, white flesh nectarines, yellow flesh peach and white flesh peaches. We can cover the full time of ripening, the full season from June to September. Some pictures of these varieties. You see that in France, we're looking for full color, round fruit, no spickles, no point, and high production. Once again, I cannot talk really about technique today because the time is short, and it's the first time I'm making this kind of presentation. So it's a bit, how to say, new for me. Some pitches we have, okay. So we have this range that we call Horizon, because they are for canning, okay, full yellow. Developed mainly in Spain, but also in the south of France, because Spain are producing this kind of fruit for fresh market. In France, it's planted for canning. But the most important one I will say to you is thank you very much for the attention you gave to my presentation. More of the info are available on our website, okay, that you can see here, www.pepiniere.escan.com, and you can ask all your questions through our email, and we will try to be the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Benoit. Our colleagues have been last year in your nursery, and they were impressed, and they hope in future we will collaborate for sure. You have here in Moldova Fruct as a good partner, and contact us anytime, and we will be glad to ask, or send you mails and starting collaborating more closely. Thank you very much again being with us this afternoon. În continuare, eu o să-l invit în...
Next, I want to give the floor to Thomas Heckert, researcher from the University of Erfurt from Germany, who will make a presentation about the last researches on fertilization of fruit plantations.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me.
Hope you're doing well.
It's a little bit of an adventure for me. First, it's online. Second, it's sort of translated simultaneously. I'll do my very best. And I hope you enjoy my presentation. Although it is rather theory, it's not that practical oriented as the previous presentations, but nevertheless, I think it's interesting enough for those of you who are using foliar fertilization. I try to share my presentation. 1 second, please. I hope you can see it. If not, please tell me.
Professor.
Okay.
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll start the presentation mode. Yeah, fine. Well, I see my presentation in Romanian, I guess.
Yeah,
I talk in English and I think in German. I hope I can organize everything well. Well, today it's about the factors which influence foliar absorption of nutrients. It is, I think, a common practice to use this, especially in orchards, if you think about micronutrients or calcium sprays. I do research on this stuff for many years. I started rather theoretical, and now I moved to, as you can see, University of Applied Science. So I'll focus more and more on application of that. And I want to give you a brief introduction into what we know about this process of foliar absorption. Well, the structure of my presentation, first I want to give you an overview of the general characteristic features of foliar. It's very different from root uptake, and I want to emphasize that. Then I want to show you where the uptake takes place. This may be rather theoretic, and maybe you may think it's not interesting, but it is, because if you want to apply and we know where the absorption takes place, maybe we can optimize this process. And finally, I want to talk about the main factors controlling the efficiency of this whole process. So how can we optimize uptake rates? How can we get all the stuff inside? And what are the factors controlling that? It is, first of all, the type of salt we are using. You can use different type of salts for applying, for example, calcium, and the environment. And the most important factor there is the humidity of the air. Well, let's start. What are the features of foliar fertilization, and what are the main differences from soil uptake? Well, everybody using foliar application knows that it delivers the nutrients quite fast. It's a fast absorption, fast supply, and the main advantage is then when root uptake is limited. Maybe if root activity is low because the soil is too dry, or the pH is so high that the plants cannot absorb, for example, micronutrients such as iron. And one advantage is that we can save time and labor and money by applying it together with, for example, pesticides. It could be mixed in the tank with the pesticides, but we must be aware that the uptake takes place by an organ of the plant which is not designed for it. The organ which is thought to absorb the nutrients and the water are the roots, and this poses some difficulties. The main function of the leaf surface is on the opposite, to protect the plant. There's a barrier. We have the cuticle on the right-hand side, which is a sort of water repellent skin, and this reduces water losses. It prevents the penetration of, for example, pathogens or stuff which is not intended to enter the leaf. And this also applies for our nutrients. So we apply the nutrients to a surface which is mostly intended to protect the plant from penetration, uptake of other material, and this poses the problems. So if you now compare plant nutrient uptake by the soil, we have the uptake under more or less physiological control. Roots can actively absorb nutrients and they can reject nutrients, they control it. So there's a selectivity, which is not the case when we apply it to the leaf. There is no physiological control. It is a simple passive physical process. It is diffusion, and the leaves have no way to select which material enters in which concentrations, which is totally different to the roots. And this is the main problem, the main challenge in this business is we have the hydrophobic surface, more or less. It depends on the species, but generally they are more or less hydrophobic. They repel the water and the nutrients inside. And our nutrients are hydrophilic. they are water soluble, they are salts, or they are water soluble like urea or boric acid. They are dissolved in water. And the second is, of course, what I mentioned already. It is a passive process. It's diffusion. It is only driven by the concentration gradient, which means if you have a high concentration on the leaf surface, it will at different speeds, but it will definitely enter the leaf. And now the art of foliar fertilization is to achieve the optimum uptake rate. Optimum means enough to supply the nutrients to the leaves. So, example from my research, iron deficient corn in that case. It's not an orchard, it's corn. I apply it iron chelates foliarly, and what I ended up with iron toxicity. So there are many ways to do it wrong, and therefore it is important to know how it works. Well, where is it taken up, what we apply to the leaves? There are basically two main pathways. The first is the cuticle, the skin, this water-repellent skin, and the stomata, these openings in the leaves which allow the plants to absorb carbon dioxide for photosynthesis. So this is a simple model of the cuticle. We have the outermost cellular layer, called epidermis, which is covered by the cuticle. The lower part of the cuticle, the so-called cuticular layer, contains cell wall material. It is attached. This cuticle is glued to this cellular layer, and the cell wall parts, they help to fix it there. And the upper part is thought to be free from cell wall material. It contains the pure cuticle, so-called cuticle proper. Well, what is noticed when we study the permeability of the cuticle now for salts, that it is strongly dependent on the air humidity, relative humidity. Victoria Fernandez from Spain and I, we reassessed the published literature, and we wanted to find out how the permeability of the cuticle depends on humidity. And what was found by analyzing a range of studies is that below, let's say, 80% relative humidity, the permeability is very low, and it only increases if air is moist, if humidity approaches saturation. If we have 100% humidity, for example, only then we can have high humidities. So how does it come? People think that the cuticle may contain water. The cuticle may swell and shrink, it may absorb the water. And here in this scenario, we have dry air, we have the droplet with applied nutrient, for example. It rests on the cuticle, but it cannot move because there is no water in the upper part of the cuticle. The water comes from the epidermis. The epidermis contains water-containing cells, and the cell wall contains moisture. So we have water only in the upper parts of the cuticle and not directly underneath the drop. This changes if the air becomes humid. So we have a high humidity. The water can also be absorbed from the atmosphere, and the water then is also present in the upper part of the cuticle, and this may form such pores where the nutrients may diffuse in and may enter the leaves. And this model explains why the permeability of the cuticle is so much dependent on humidity. So this was the first uptake pathway, which is well known. The second one, the stomata, has been under debate for many, many years. People doubted that stomata play a role. I studied this in my PhD thesis, and we provided some evidence that it actually works, that stomata may contribute to foliar uptake. So one of the latest milestones in this process of showing that stomata play a role was with the nanoparticles. So we did not use nutrients, not ordinary dissolved tracers. We used particles, and the idea is those particles are so large that they cannot enter the cuticle because they are solids. They are about 40 nanometers in diameter, and they can only enter the leaves via the stomata, and we are able to show that this actually takes place. So this is a cross section where the surface has no stomata. You see the epidermal cells, and the material is on the surface. And if we made this optical slicing of the leaf, and we, by incident, we sliced in the middle of such a pore. These are the guard cells forming the pore. You can see at the light microscope. And this is the stomatal pore. And we found that the material entered into the leaves using these stomatal pores. They migrate, they diffuse on the surface of this pore. So in the light microscope, we can see, or translated into the microscope, the material moves here through the stomatal pores. But this does not take place with every stomatal pore. This is a different experimental system where we studied where this dye, this is a fluorescent dye, where this enters the leaf, and we found a way to visualize where the material enters. So these dotted lines indicates where the drop was located containing this dye, and these red dots show where it enters. So it enters not everywhere, only some very specific points. We still don't know where and why, but what we can say is stomata play a role, and they may play a very important role, but not every single stomatal pore can be penetrated. And this can also be found in real life. So this is an example with peach leaves, which were previously chlorotic because iron was lacking, and the iron-containing solution was applied to the leaves. And in early stages, we can see that the regreening takes place, but very spotty, very patchy, only at single spots. And this quite nicely fits together with our results with this fluorescent dye. So to summarize this, this is a schematic view taken from the textbook of mineral nutrition, Marsh's textbook. We were asked to rewrite this chapter, Victoria Fernandez and I, and we developed this sketch. So we see the epidermis containing stomata. Here are the guard cells, the specialized cells forming the stomata. And here we indicate with the arrows where the foliar material, the foliar applied material can be absorbed. It can go through the cuticle, but there is a quite high resistance. It can also go somewhere here, probably. So in the close to the guard cells, close to the stomata. But there is a very potential pathway when stomata take place in this process, then the material can enter along the pores. And here you feel like at the stomatal pore, the right-hand side, this should indicate that not every single stomatal pore can take place in this process. Okay, this is in a nutshell what we know about foliar fertilization or foliar uptake pathways. Now let's go to the main factors which control this process, which cause high or low uptake rates. It's the ruling factor is, according to our results, the air humidity, but also it depends on the choice of fertilizer salt. Usually we have a range of salts. We can we can apply calcium as a chloride, as a nitrate, or as a formiate, or whatever. There are different types of salts available, and the question is, how may this affect uptake? So if you now have a look at the processes on the leaf surface, we must be aware that the changes, that the concentration of the foliar applied nutrient in the solution changes. Usually we apply quite dilute solutions. The salt concentration is not that high, but as soon as it is on the leaf surface, or even before, even in air, this may, while still moving in the air, this may happen. The water will evaporate, and the result is that the concentration will increase. This is displayed here with the increasing intensity of the yellow. It's getting more and more concentrated, and it may reach a point of maximum saturation of the salt. Every salt has a limited solubility in water, and once this solubility is exceeded, the salt will start to precipitate, and it may eventually dry out completely and be present on the leaf surface as a solid. It's important to be aware that uptake can only take place as long as it is liquid. So here, the substance can be absorbed. If it is solid, if it is a dry residue on the leaf surface, it cannot be absorbed anymore. Well, it can be revetted, of course, for example, by dew. When humidity increases about a certain point, it may become wet again and uptake may continue. And the question is now, when does this happen? So when does the solution dry out completely? When does it stay wet with a high concentration? So in terms of uptake rates to be expected, the highest uptake rates are to be expected in this situation. We have the maximum concentration on the leaf surface, and according to the laws of diffusion, this will result in maximum penetration rates. So the question is now, does it dry out completely? It depends on humidity. If humidity is high, it will probably not dry out. If air is dry, it may probably dry out. But this also depends on the type of salt. Every salt has a certain threshold, a certain limit where it dries out, and this is called the deliquescence point, or relative humidity of the deliquescence, or point of deliquescence. So this is the humidity where the salt dries out completely, and every salt has its own distinct deliquescence point. It depends a little bit on temperature, sometimes more, sometimes less. Potassium nitrate, for example, strongly depends on temperature. Other salts are less temperature dependent. A little bit, so we have to take it into account. How are these deliquescence points? I show you here some examples for calcium salts, for potassium salts, for magnesium salts, for zinc salts. And you can see that the range of deliquescent points may be quite large in the case of the calcium salts. So almost saturation with this. This is formiate. This is a calcium salt, which is sometimes used for foliar application. This is the chloride, 31%. The range may be lower with other salts, for example, with the potassium. The range is between almost saturated to 85, but we can see a general rule of thumb. The chlorides always have the lowest deliquescence point, sulfates the highest, and the nitrates somewhere in between. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that we have to expect lowest uptake rates when the deliquescence point is high. So this is what we tested this in a short experiment where we used faba leaves, which is quite convenient in the lab. So we made an experiment at 45% humidity, and we're using the sulfate, which is dry at 45 humidity, because the deliquescence point is somewhere around 90%. The nitrate has a deliquescence point just above 50%, and the chloride just around 30%. So the expectation is high uptake rates with the chloride, because it remains dissolved the whole time during the experiment. We may expect a bit lower uptake rates, because in the final state, when it is in equilibrium with the humidity, the solution will have been dried out. And we expect very low penetration rates with the sulfate, because it has a so high deliquescence point that it will dry out quite quickly. And expectation result fits. So this is the absorption rate. We have more than 75% absorption of the applied magnesium. When we applied it as a chloride, we have a little bit above 50% when we apply it at nitrate, and we have below 20% if we apply it as a sulfate. Conclusion may be, oh, don't use the sulfate. It's not good. The penetration rates are so low. but we have to be aware magnesium belongs to the macronutrients. We need high amounts, and therefore, if high amounts would penetrate quickly, this would probably result in leaf damage. And this is actually what happens even in this trial. So as a chloride acid or as a nitrate, penetration rates were obviously too high. So the result was we had this leaf damage. Okay. Every salt has its distinct deliquescence point. This can be seen here in this graph. We see here the concentration of these nitrogen salts in this case as a function of relative humidity in equilibrium with this humidity. And you can see here, just as an example, that the deliquescence point of ammonium nitrate obviously is just about 60%. This is 0.60%. But why I show this graph is, it is quite amazing, and maybe people are not aware, when humidity increases, the concentration in the drop, in the solution, decreases. It approaches zero. In theory, in saturated air, the concentration in a drop would be zero because the drop absorbs so much water that the concentration keeps on dropping. So intuitively, we would say, oh, the higher humidity, the better, but this is not true. And we were able to show this in a quick experiment with coffee leaves in this case. We applied calcium nitrate to the upper or the lower leaf side. And what we found in both cases, that we had maximum penetration rates at intermediate humidity. If humidity was too high, uptake was quite low because the concentration on the leaf surface actually was too low. And if humidity was, on the other hand, too low, we also had low uptake rates because the solutions dried out on the leaf surface. Okay, one final remark. If you see these tabulated values of deliquescent points, etc., be aware that this only applies to pure salts. As soon as you have mixtures of salts, some contamination, the deliquescent behavior of the solution changes, and this is particularly pronounced in this case here. Urea ammonium nitrate solution is used as a nitrogen fertilizer. The single components have deliquescence points of almost 60 or above 70. The mixture itself has 18% relative humidity. Okay, I have limited time, and I'm afraid I have using too much time already, but I'm already at the summary. So both the cuticle and the stomata are important uptake pathways. So this refers to where is it absorbed. The second is the deliquescence point, together with the relative humidity of the atmosphere, are the main factors controlling this process. Substances with a high DQ, in our example, it was magnesium sulfate, may be taken up slower, but this may render it more compatible because uptake rates are not too high and leaves are not damages. If humidity drops below this DQ value, uptake ceases, and at high uptake rates, at high relative humidity, we have to be aware that uptake rates are quite low because the concentration in the solution is quite low. And my final remark was that you cannot take the tabulated values of deliquescence points and transfer this into your situation. You have to be aware that your solution may be not pure, it may be a mixture, and then you cannot use the tabulated values of deliquescence. Well, that's all for now. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tom.
I stopped the presentation, and here I am.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. It was a very interesting information, and I think all our specialists will find it very interesting and use it in their approach to fertilizer. And it once again demonstrates that fertilization is becoming a high intelligent technology. Thank you again, and hope we will see you soon in Moldova, or you'll come here.
It
All
would
the
be a
best.
pleasure, but we have to wait until it is possible.
Sure,
If it is
sure.
possible, it would be a pleasure to meet you, visit you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have
Bye.
a good time. Următoarea prezentare.
The next presentation stays in Western Europe or comes from Western Europe. We will go to Netherlands to Fruit Consult Company where the expert Willem Calais, a renowned consulting company in Europe, will present information on approaches to the use of irrigation and fertilization.
Hello, Willem.
Hey, thanks for the invitation. Hello, everybody. I will talk today about sensing the soil moisture. So I start up my presentation. But before I start talk about the trial, I will introduce myself and the company I work for. So now I'm Willem Calais. I'm mainly concerned with tree management and fertilization, but I'm also active on the research garden in Holland. It calls Proeftuin Randwijk. First, I'll talk about Fruit Consult. It's a private consultant company, and we give advice in apples, pears, cherries, and plums. Our main area is in Holland and Belgium, but we give all advice all over Europe, also outside of Europe, and now also in China. So now Proeftuin Randwijk, that's very important to us. Practice-oriented research is done here, and this knowledge is direct immediately for available to growers and to advisors. So we involved as a partner in Praktijk Proeftuin Randwijk, together with Wageningen University and Research, NFO, that's the Dutch Fruit Grower Association, and the CAF. And the CAF stands for Central Advice Fruit Growers. Now the varieties is almost 10 hectares apples, now 5 hectares pears, now also cherries, plums, soft fruits, grapes, apricots. We have 12 hectares conventional,
Willem,
and 4 hectares
Willem,
organic.
may
Yes?
you share screen the presentation? Because we are just looking at your face and beautiful trees behind.
You don't see my presentation?
Yeah, no. Share screen. Below the.
Okay, how is possible? And now?
Not yet.
I don't know how it's possible. I share my screen to you.
Share screen.
Wait.
It's below. Oh, it's coming better. Okay.
Yeah, you have it?
Right now, yeah. Make it more wider. Just okay. Right.
Okay,
now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I started again about the Proeftuin Randwijk. Now we are a partner with, involved by the Proeftuin with Wageningen University, also with NFO, that's the Dutch Fruit Grower Association, and the CAF. So also advise the business. Now it's almost 10 hectares apples, 5 hectares pears, now plums, soft fruits. Okay. There are 12 hectares conventional, 4 hectares organic, and we do here 150 field demonstration trials. Normally, there are a lot of visitors on this field, but this year with the pandemic, we don't have the time. But for now, we talk today about sensing soil moisture. Now we have a trial with weed control and efficient watering. And in this trial, we also measure with new system and with the old system. And there are a lot of new systems to sensing the moisture, soil moisture. And we will find out what is good and give experience to us to give advice. Now, why measure the moisture? Many growers is doing this by intuition. Just sometimes it's dry to give, and then he give more water. So sometimes it's starting stress, and you have too much fluctuation in the soil moisture. Also, the climate is changing. Dry periods, the last 3 years, it's really dry, also in Holland, and alternate with extreme rain, and how it's that for the tree and what is available water for the tree. And now also in Holland, good water is less available. Dus we have to know every day what is happened in the soil, just for target watering, and to have a good production and also good plant, a good tree. Too much fluctuation, the tree is not so too happy. Just to inside the watering, it's good to measure the moisture. Now the types of measurements, the tension and the volume. Now tension, this is an old measurement. The kilopascal, they tell us how hard to suck the roots to get water in the tree, to absorb the water of the soil. And the volume measurements, they indicate how many water contain the soil. So it's different types of measurements. The advantages of the tension is cheap. You have much experience, and it's soil type independent. Now the disadvantages, it's slow response, and be much needed for a good picture. There's a lot of researchers, they need from one place 10 sensors to have a good picture. Mostly 25% is not so reliable of the sensors. The volume measurements, the advantages is quickly response. You have an option to EC and temperature. It's reliable, and the disadvantage, it's expensive and little to no experience with it. And it's calibrate any soil. So I show you later in the graphs how to do that. And now response time. The blue line is a volume measurement, and the green line is watermark or tension. And you see the irrigation moment. Okay, by the watermarks, when it's degrees, when it's falling down, it gets wetter. Dus 0 by the green line is the watermark, then it's completely wet. But by the volume measurements, it's completely way around. When it's 40%, then it's completely wet, and it's going down, it's drier. Dus it's completely a way around. So when you see by the first irrigation moment, the flat line, after the irrigation moment, you see by the blue line directly it's going down and get drier. So it's the response time is quickly, but by the watermark, by the tension, you see it's for a few hours it's completely wet, and then it's started to get drier. So the response time of the volume measurements is quicker than the watermarks. Now the watermarks is a soil type independent. So in general here we have advice for apple and pear. Now this differs per variety, but in general. But all in the whole year, all the phases, we have a strategy, but it's independent. So when you have grow on a sandy soil or on a heavy clay soil, you can work with the same values. So, and this is by the volume measurements completely way around. So here you see in this graph a lot of types of soils, clay, clay loam, loam, sand. And in the green yellow bar, it is available to the tree. And in the brown bar, it's not available. That's here is a wilting point, and you have permanent damage in the tree. So then when you have 20% soil moisture, then you have on clay a problem. But on the sandy soil, it's completely water, and that's above field capacity. So here it's very important to know which values by your soil. So you have to know how to interpret the data. So we work on this trial in the proeftuin with many systems, with the volume measurements. Okay, I don't think it makes sense to explain all the systems in detail, but to give a picture, I show you quickly. This is the first one, is the Metis Estede. It's with a monitor with 2 sensors on it. Now we work now for 2 years. It seems good so far. This is the Centec. Now this is international. It's used already worldwide, but for growers, most of the time it's too expensive. This is also an international renowned sensor. In this trial, he's integrated in the irrigation computer. Sensoterra, this is a separate sensor. Dus it's a difference with the Metis Estede. You have a logger, but here you have a separate sensor. All the sensors is wireless by LoRa network. LoRa network is a communication for small data. Dus there are subscription costs involved. The costs are different per system. This is also a separate system, the Farm 21. Now this is introduction last year. Only a disadvantage is he's only the top of the 30 centimeter of the soil. It can be measured. So that's really short. That's a disadvantage. And the soil sense, it's also an interesting system. It's similar with the Metis Estede, but he have, I think, a better sensor. Okay, and the watermarks. And the watermarks is the reference. We have a lot of experience with it. So this is our reference in the trial. Now, what we compare, now the volume measurements with the watermarks and how the systems work to the data platform, the values to interpret, is it user friendly? So the first graph. Now this is the whole season, last season from April to August. But what you see is first the watermark. You have a lot of range. It is from 0 field capacity to 70 in mid of June, and by the volume measurements, it's only 10%. When its field capacity is around 40%, the largest ones is around 30%. So that is a difference. So all over this season, it looks like similar. When it get drier around mid-June, it given both of measurements give it's drier. But when you have to make decisions, sometimes it's completely a way around. So that's not always easy, but for the whole season, to look to the trend line, it's similar. The data platform, I can shortly about it. all of the new systems, they have good data. There are many startups with new systems. It's user friendly. They have an application on the phone. So I think that is okay. The most important is the reality of the values and how to interpret that values. That's more interesting. Inside in the watering. So the growers they know how much water you can give in 1 hour with the drip line, with the drip hose. So so you can now see how many it's increase and decrease. Look to the first irrigation moment, you see it's decrease 10-15%. You know how much water you give with the irrigation, and you can calculate now. So you can also see how much it's decreased in 1 day. Now it's 5%. The next day it's 2 or 3%. So you can see how much you can give and how much it's get out. A good indication to give too many or too less water, too little water, it's the sensor on 60 centimeter. So here you see the green line is the 60 centimeter depth. And in the first irrigation moment, the reaction is also on the 60 centimeter depth. Then you give too much water. When it's you only see it on the 30 centimeter depth, then it's okay. But when it's the 60 centimeter is falling down, it's going down, then you have to give more water. Dus the 60 centimeter is a good indication to give too much or too little water. Interpret the data. The first step is to find out what is my field capacity. We have many soil samples, and you can look at the soil sample that you know which soil type you have. But every sensor is different. Where we look now, the graph is the same system on the same field, and it are the same sensors. So this is in February, and you see the highest one is around 40%, and the lowest one is 28%. So this is every sensor you have to separate, to calibrate. This is really important. You cannot put a sensor in the ground and it's all of the same. No, any sensor have calibrate separate. Now, how is that possible? Now, there are many things they have influence on the measurements. Now, the first one is the temperature. But the temperature you can measure with the volume measurements, and then you have compensated it with the algorithm. So that when you have a lot of experience, you can compensate it. Now the EC content, they have conduction from the signal of the sensor, and the soil type. How more organic matter you have, how more water the soil moisture can contain. So that's also important. And the installation, that's doing accurately. So you have a little of air in the ground around the sensor. You have not trustful measurements. Now there are a lot of types of volume measurements. Now those three types can be good, but you have to look at the specifications. When you have to look to this, it's a jungle. You have so many sensors, it's too much. But you have to look to the specifications, and when you look to the frequency range low, how lower, how better. When I was starting the trial, there was also a sensor they give. I can sensor the whole root zone, but that's not possible. Then you have so many fluctuations, it's not reliable. That's important. and how fast is the measurements, the frequency. In air, you have above 350 megahertz, and in the ground above 100 megahertz. Lower than 100 megahertz is possible, but then you have compensated with algorithms. So, yeah, it makes sense. Robust materials for outdoor use. There are many startups with sensors. It's looking good, but when it's 1 year in the field, it's completely damaged. And my choice is also for the volume measurements. Like the tension, I like more, but it gives a good picture to what is the tree is doing, how hard to work to get water in the tree. But the response time for the future, I need to directly to know how it's in the field. Dus with watermarks, with the tension, sometimes he giving wet periods, but it's in the ground, it's really dry. So for with a computer, I need to have volume measurements. Now, what we have learned, the field capacity we know to in February. Dus then you have you know your field capacity, and we also have now the experience. On clay, you can lower than 10%. Lower than 10% than starting stress in the tree. By sandy soil is that around 5%, and when you have little heavy soils, you can 15 to 20% range to work with the water management. Now each sensor have calibrate separate. Dus when you have one system and you have one sensor, it's not the same. You have everywhere. Also on the 30, on the 60 centimeter depth, it is a different field capacity. So that's really important to know. And also in the trial with connectivity with the wireless, then you have the logger, it's working better than separate sensors. So when you have a full crop, then and many leaves and starting a little bit weeds, then you see the separate sensors, they losing sometimes connectivity. Now, what will it deliver to us? Now, the inside in the watering, the decrease and the increase in the soil moisture, and in the future, automatically irrigation. So the matrices Stede is working on it with automatic control. Now you know NataFim, they're working on the irrigation computer with automatic irrigation. Now, less fluctuation in soil moisture. Normally, a grower is sometimes too late or too early, how you will see it. And then when it's dry, you give water, but I think it's okay. So there's less fluctuation. You can very stable give your irrigation and the really efficient watering. Dus there is also less available water. We have to use the water what we have efficiently as possible. So that give it that insight and a higher production of better quality. Dus I think you are on the top of the production. You have also a better quality of your product. Now, one last message. The grower always remains the supervisor. In the future, we work more and more with data, with light, and you can filter by yourself. But data give a good indication what is happened in the field. But we, an advisor or a grower, it's always better to watch it. So we can trust on the data, but checking by us is always better. So this was my presentation about soil moisture measurements.
Thank you, William. Thank you very much. I know Fruit Consult is a well-recognized consultancy in Europe, and welcome to Moldova. You'll find here a lot of partners. I think the new technologies that we have to produce without any stress. This means that we have to find out solutions to control all factors, and moisture in the soil is one of the most important. And thank you again. If we will have some question, we will send you by mail.
Okay.
Thank you. And
thank you.
All the best.
Yeah, the same.
În continuare, noi
So now we would go to Germany, and in Germany, so we already have a lot of consumers and clients in Germany that prefer to buy plums from the produced in the Republic of Moldova. I would like to invite Kurt. So hope that Kurt will have less obstacles today in using his presentation. And also now let's watch the presentation that would be delivered by Kurt Hedle.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Fruit Business Conference. My name is Kurt Halder. I work for OGV Nordbaden in Germany. Our company is located in Bruchsal. First of all, I would like to thank the Moldova Fruit Association for the invitation to this conference. I'm also pleased to have been invited as a speaker to this event for the third time. I would like to be in Moldova very much now, but due to a pandemic, it is not possible this year. My topics today are Moldova plums for the German market, lesson learned and future plans. Let me introduce our company first.
Could you share the screen?
Share the screen, yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So next is. Let me introduce our company first. OGV Nordbaden is a cooperative for fresh fruit and vegetables. We have got 120 members who are the owner of a company. The turnover this year will be around 63 million euros, and our main products are asparagus, sweet corn, strawberries, and plums. Our clients are food retailers, discounters, and wholesalers in Germany. We also do export to England, France, Switzerland, and Luxembourg. Due to pandemic, we had sold less asparagus this year, but on the other hand, plums were running very well. Let's look at the situation on the market. We have got a very early start. Already on the 20th of June, the first plums were picked. But unfortunately, the prices were very small at the beginning of the season. The reason is that our customers usually start with selling plums 2 weeks later. As a result of frost and drought damage, we had a small harvest, 30% less than last year. You can see this in detail on the next slide. In 2018, our members harvested 2,900 tons. In 2019, 2,700 tons. And this year it was over 1,000 tons less. In order to be able to supply our customers well, we had to buy a large quantity from abroad, as you can see on the next slide with the monthly sales figures. On the left, there's the axis. On the left, the axis were the quantities in tons and below the months. The green bar show the quantities which we have got in Germany. The red bar shows the quantities which we have got in Germany. For green ones, our quantities purchased from the Balkans and Poland, and the blue ones are the fruits from Moldova. As I said, we have got a low harvest in Germany. Look at the red bars with an early start in June. In the months July and August, we have got only 800 tons. And in September, there were not more than 400 tons because the harvest was finished in Germany. The Balkans provided 300 tons in July and 400 tons in August, and the same quantity in September. The Moldovan suppliers sold us one truck in June, 400 tons in September, and a large quantity in October with over 800 tons. In November, they shipped only a small quantity as the demand was failing sharply. On the next slide, I show you the weekly sales of the Moldovan plums. On the left again the quantities in tons below our weeks. As you can see, sales were best at the end of September until mid-October. From the end of October to mid-November, the demand fell sharply. I'm showing the graphic because some suppliers did not want to start with deliveries until mid-October. But at this time of the year, there's almost no demand on the German market. It is very important for our customers that after the German season in September, they can buy plums from abroad without interruption until the beginning of November. If there's a gap, they will finish the season and don't buy any more. Now let's go to the problems. The following problems should be mentioned. As the first, double fruits, firmness, dirty plums, the size, the weight, the boxes, and the residues. Double fruits are not accepted at our customers. All non-compliant fruits have to be sorted out by hand before shipment. A further problem are separated double fruits. They rot into storage inside, and lots with rotten plums are generally refused by our customers. Soiled plums. We did not have such fruits last year. The problem is that our high-tech packing machines are sensitive to dust. The size. Our customers only accept fruits with a minimum size of 30 millimeters. Unfortunately, some lots did not meet these requirements. In a lot of pallets, there were often boxes with too small fruits between cases with correct sizes. Some suppliers from Moldova offered us plums in not egalized boxes and different weights. But most of the plums in our company are sold in 5 kilogram grades. Therefore, we had to repack the boxes before shipment. That costs a lot of money and time. Due to this fact, we are looking for suppliers next year who can provide us plums in 5 kilo and 10 kilo egalized boxes with a crossbar. On the left, you can see grades without a crossbar. They are not stable. Again and again, the grades slide into each other, as you can see here, and the pallets cannot be shipped in this way. The boxes must be stuck again. On the right, you can see a perfect pallet with crossbar boxes. That's the way we like it next year. Residue problems. I must say, most of the farmers work very reliably. Nevertheless, there are always problems with residues. Therefore, please observe the following regulations for the German market. Customers do not take any goods from farmers whose fruits have got problems with residues again and again. The customers' requirements in Germany for plums are maximum 4 active substances, no active substances toxic to bees. If non-allowed active substances are found, the goods must be blocked or have to be picked up again from a supermarket. This year we have got problems with chlorpyrifos, lambda-cyhalothrin and Al-phocetyl. Lesson learned are finished now. Let us continue with future plans. Firstly, how many plums are actually imported? How many plums are actually imported in the whole Germany from abroad this year? This is shown in the following slide. Serbia is on top with 3,800 tons, followed by Hungary, then Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Moldova with 2,600 tons. Poland is not so much this year because we have got problems with frost also. And finally, Northern Macedonia with 600 tons. The import from Moldova is probably higher because a lot of fruits were indirectly shipped to Germany from Poland, Romania, Netherlands, Italy, and Austria. The next slide shows the months where the goods were delivered. The green bar is the quantity summarized from the Balkans, including Hungary and Poland. The blue ones is from Moldova. The Balkans delivered mainly in July, August, and September. Moldova farmers supplied the German market mainly in September and October. What can we expect in future? Serbia, for example, has also noted that there is a late demand in Germany, which they cannot supply at the moment, because they do not have late varieties or enough storage facilities. Therefore, trial fields with new late sorts are already being established on the Balkans. On the other hand, farmers from Moldova have also got the chance to sell more plums in August and September to the European market, because their plums are meanwhile well known for the good quality and taste. And what does cultivation do in Germany? On the next page, you can look at the areas under cultivation in our country. As you can see, the fields are constantly decreasing as many farmers stop growing. This means that the orchards in Germany will slowly decrease and more goods from abroad will be sold in future. In order to remain competitive, I therefore recommend looking into new varieties in Moldova as well. You should test sorts that are suitable for the late harvest as well as for harvesting in July and August. Here are some varieties, for example, suited for trial fields. Before Stanley may be Chachaks, Top 5, Top 2000s or Blue Frost. And after Stanley for the late market, Joganda, Elena, Resenta and Top Plus. Now, future plans in summarized. Look at strict compliance with quality requirements. Very important, improve the packaging. Use only boxes with crossbars. Have got no problems with residues. Our suppliers receive in advance a list of active substances that have not to be applied. when delivered or market uninterrupted, and test new varieties. At the end, I would like to show you the development of sales figures with plums in our company, OGV Nordbaden. The red bars is the quantity of German goods. The blue ones is the quantity from the Balkans. The green ones show the plums from Moldova. We have started with the first import in 2016. The quantity has increased steadily, but we have made the biggest step, especially with the Moldovan plums, which we have been trading for 2 years now and sell mainly in late year. We sold 500 tons in 2019 and 1,400 tons this year. I hope that we can do the same quantity next year or even more. And by the way, we are also looking for plums from organic farming. Who is interested, please contact me. Lastly, I want to say many thanks to the reliable and flexible suppliers from Moldova. You have done a very good job. I would also like to thank the USAID and the Moldova Fruit Association for their great support. Agricultura are un viitor in Moldova. Thanks you for your attention.
Mulțumesc, Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt. Saying thank you in Romanian, and I'm glad you started learning Romanian language. Thank you very much. We will continue our collaboration with OGV next year as well. And we hope for collaboration, and our partners, the association members, would see a good future in collaborating with Germany.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and see you next time. În continuare vreau să vă îndemn.
So I want to invite you to look at the screen, to watch the video.
Hi, good afternoon. And I'm from Israel. First, I would like to thank Moldova Fruct for inviting me for the second year to the annual conference. As I said, I'm from Israel. I came to Moldova about 3 years ago, and ever since then I was involved in a few various agricultural projects, introducing innovation and technologies from Israel with specialized solutions for Moldova. Now, Israel has invested a great deal of efforts and resources in the last few decades in the study, research, and development of new technologies for the agriculture industry. First, I would like to introduce the Volcanic Institute, which is a state-funded institute for research and development. Please, can you put the first video?
And innovations that find their way to the fields, orchards, and markets all over the globe. Today, 6 research institutes operate at the Volcani Center. The Volcani Center is located in Rishon LeZion with 2 additional research centers, one in the north, Neve Yaar, and one in the south, Gilat. Agriculture in the State of Israel and in the world is facing the threat of a food crisis and ongoing disruptions in the supply of fresh food. Reasons for this are unpredictable climate changes, global warming, excessive utilization of natural resources, and cumulative damage to the soil, factors that significantly influence agriculture in Israel. The Agricultural Research Organization Volcani Center facing these phenomena.
When I come into the lab, I think about global issues that we need to solve through basic research. Things like global climate change, things like food production, how to put the food on the table, and bring us to a world which will be a better place in the future.
Research science were able to develop a variety of plants that can grow in arid and even impossible areas, thereby convert desert agriculture into a synonym for Israeli success. As part of a global effort to deal with the shortage of fresh water, Volcani Center researchers led many imaginative developments which have been adopted for use in the world. Another futuristic saving irrigation development is the microchip installed in the tree trunk, sending accurate information on the state of its water to the mobile phone of the farmer.
The EC probe helps us control irrigation in agronomic crops. It puts us in the age of irrigation controlling. By using this EC probe, we can save up to 30% in irrigation and fertilization. Actually, this is the only probe existing in the world that helps us to control irrigation in agronomic crops.
Not many know, but one of the current food crises stems from a lack of common food sources for man and cows: wheat, corn, and soybeans. To avoid a shortage of seeds of this type, Volcani Center researchers have developed alternative food substitutes.
We have developed a unique feeding system for dairy cows that can utilize up to 35% of their diet byproducts which are not suitable for other animal and for human feeding, such as pomegranate peels, beer pulp, corn pulp. Despite of this unique system of feeding, the Israeli cow is the best cow in the world in milk production.
The potato is the staple diet of contemporary humanity. The extended storage, sometimes for months, harms the produce before its marketing to the consumer. Experiments conducted in laboratories in Volcani Center have found that peppermint oil is the solution in an organic manner without flooding the storage rooms with polluting chemicals.
These potatoes, for example, were treated with mint oil and they are not sprouting for about 9 months. And this solution can be used in developing country which has problem to build big storage houses which are cooled. So in this case you can use the mint oil for inhibiting sprouting even in room temperature.
In the heart of the Volcani Center, there is the National Gene Bank that characterizes the research thinking for the sake of future generations. Here, millions of seeds of all the various plants of Israel are carefully kept to allow future replanting of each plant if, for some reason, it becomes extinct from the earth. Scientists at the center also teach in various academic institutions and mentor research students from Israel and abroad, thus creating the next generation of scientists in agriculture research and development worldwide.
I am very happy to be here in the Volcani Center and do my 3rd degree with the brightest mind. We, the students, have the responsibility to provide the solutions for the food supply in the future. I know that my profession is going to be one of the most requested in the near future.
Israel is the superpower of knowledge in the field of agriculture. Millions of its citizens are fed every day by consumption of local, fresh, and quality products produced by the most advanced technologies in the world. All this thanks to science seeds that were planted hundreds of years ago by the founder of Agricultural Research Organization, Professor Yitzhak Elazari Volcani. Did he see in his vision that Israel will turn within 100 years to be the light to the nations in agricultural knowledge and export it to the whole world?
As you could see, we gathered enormous amount of information, know-how, experience in implementing projects all around the world. Now, we would like to share this information with the members of Moldova Fruct and the farmers of Moldova. For this thing, we have another arm of sharing information, which is called SINATCO, which was established by the State of Israel, but now is open for private business. Let's see another presentation, please. Number 2.
Humanity is facing great challenges. Agricultural productivity and food security are threatened by a shortage of natural resources and climate change. Israel, a mostly arid and semi-arid country, has been dealing with a scarcity of water, land and energy since its establishment. This has led the Israeli agricultural sector throughout the years to be a leader in agro-technology, efficient management, research and development. We feel a natural obligation to share our experience and knowledge with other countries and to assist them in exploring ways to ensure a sustainable food supply for all of their people. SINATCO aims to enhance the agricultural sector in developing countries through human capacity building and the transfer of knowledge and technologies. SINATCO activities draw upon the Ministry of Agriculture's experts, researchers, scientists and extension officers. We focus on demonstration farms and centers of excellence. SINATCO's specialists share and transfer new technologies and foster capacity building by training the trainers, adopting the training to local conditions. Agricultural consultancy missions, professional advisory services provided in response to local development needs. On-the-spot training courses, training activities tailored to meet specific requirements. International R&D courses, activities aimed to develop the R&D capability and skills of researchers and scientists from developing countries. Agricultural internship programs, learning by doing programs for university students from developing countries. The rural area of Ethiopia, more than 3,000 small farmers working in horticultural production learned to improve methods of avocado propagation and cultivation. This created a strong and sustainable base for the export of avocado fruits and led to outstanding success in only several years. Atlantico County, Colombia. 800 dairy farmers dramatically improved milk quality and quantity, more than doubling their milk production. India. Nearly 30 centers of excellence were established in several states of India. Each professional hub is in a farming zone and offers a wide range of agricultural practices and new technologies adapted to local conditions. SINATCO, partnering with Mashar, is engaged in dozens of ongoing projects in many developing countries around the globe. SINATCO will continue to share agricultural knowledge aimed at ensuring food security, joining hands with the international community to make the world a better place.
Well, up till this year, the cooperation was on the level. So there was a little obstacle for the private farmer or the private company. From 2021, we are open for private business, private entrepreneurs. In order to make cooperations, we can plan, we can do feasibility study and implementation of small, medium and large scale projects. We also have an internship program that we can invite entrepreneurs into Israel to study and to get first-hand knowledge. Please, video number 3.
Israel is a world leader in agriculture. The vast knowledge accumulated and advanced technologies developed by Israeli scientists address complex agricultural challenges all over the world. The advanced system we devoted in Israel enable us to create an ideal environment for the plant. They prevent damage and treat diseases before they spread while using all the resources accurately. Our farmers and researchers have developed groundbreaking creative solutions for thriving agriculture in areas where water resources are scarce. In Israel, more yield-bearing and durable crops have been developed, which can be multiplied and in many cases triple the yield per square meter. The Israeli inventions and developments are exported to many countries that rely on Israeli agricultural knowledge for the production of their agricultural produce. Meet Israel's new program for advanced agricultural training for young entrepreneurs. The program enables partner countries to upgrade and intensify the agricultural industry in their countries in an unprecedented manner to strengthen the local economy and ensure food security for years to come. As part of the plan, an intergovernmental agreement will be signed that will include the following components: 11 months of practical training, which includes fieldwork and experience on the farms, where they will learn the advanced methods used in Israel. A theoretical study program that includes training in small, dedicated professional frameworks at leading mentoring centers in Israel, where they will meet the best experienced lecturers and experts in the field of agricultural activity. Construction of a business plan for the establishment of an agricultural cooperative in the student's country of origin. In order to establish a cooperative, we will form excellent groups of the program's graduates, thereby enabling the establishment of an agricultural cooperative and advanced production centers for farmers in their countries of origin. The plan for building the agricultural cooperative is based on a business model that will generate high profits for entrepreneurs and will enable the centers to meet high quality and world standards for agricultural exports throughout the world and for marketing for local consumption. The advanced agricultural centers that will be built will strengthen the local economy and will ensure food security for years to come. The entrepreneurs who join the program will receive professional and close guidance from the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture in their country of origin for 5 consecutive years. This will assist them in establishing, maintaining, and developing new agricultural centers in the countries of origin. The Israeli experts will connect them to the leading Israeli technology companies in the world in order to establish advanced incubators, smart irrigation systems, computerization and temperature, an efficient packaging facility, and a global marketing and distribution system.
I have learned really a lot from the Israeli innovations in agriculture.
Israel agriculture is a very advanced agriculture, practically, technically, especially the advance of knowledge.
Bhutan mostly depend on agriculture, but they don't have much idea about the farming system. We do more plantation, but the yield is really less. Here, they plant less, but the production is more.
There's a lot of techniques, there's a lot of practices only in Israel we can find.
I strongly believe that this program can transform the agriculture in my nation.
It really pushes us to another level. It makes us hope.
When I return back to my country, I can make a difference.
When I go back to my country, I will make sure I add values to my land.
There is a chain network that we are creating. We go back home, form small groups, create things that even the government is impressed about. The impact it has created on my country is quite big. Israel creates a great impact on the world.
Today, following the accumulated experience and the advanced knowledge and technologies developed in Israel over the years, our experts provide day-to-day solutions to the most complex agricultural challenges around the world. Israel's new training program, Working Together, Creating a Better World.
Thank you. So to summarize my short presentation, I would like to invite all farmers, especially the members of Moldova Fruct, to start cooperating with many Israeli companies. Some of them already operate in Moldova, like Adama, which you heard the presentation earlier today, and Netafim, and other companies that already have representation here. We are working closely with Livada Moldova as well in order to find the right solution for financing the project. You are welcome to contact me directly. You're welcome to contact us through the Moldova Fruit Association or Livada Moldova. Thank you very much, and we hope for the cooperation.
Iată ne ajungi la
Here we are at the end of today's agenda of the conference. We are kindly inviting you tomorrow to participate in the conference. We are to listen to presentations on new varieties, on new fertilization technologies, and to familiarize you with many other innovations in the fruit growing process. Thanks to all of you who've been beside us today and tomorrow. And let us, last but not least, let us thank our sponsors who supported us. I mean the investment agency, our partner, Adama Company, advice and consulting company, Bayer Company, Corteva Company, Corteva Bayer, and our Phytomag sponsor. You are kindly invited to participate tomorrow. May you have a nice day, continuation, and stay healthy.